Chapter 317. Following Old Ning's roar. The people who had rushed over stopped at the foot of Yan Lai restaurant. They had no choice but to stop, because they knew the person guarding the door. He was Cheng Yaojin's trusted general. How could they not stop? At this moment, an official from the Imperial College slowly walked out of the sedan chair. He looked around and cupped his fists. "General, why are you guarding here?" But who was Old Ning? He did not even look at him. He continued to look at the crowd with cold eyes. As more and more people came, all kinds of rumors spread among the crowd. F***, look at these people. They're the Cheng family's guards. What are they doing? Could it be that Cheng Yaojin is spending the night here? But there is no need to make such a big scene, right? You don't know about this, right? I heard from the grapevine that last night, Demon King Chun brought his underlings to harm Miss Wanru. What? How is this possible? They really don't want to live anymore. F***, the Demon King is on an expedition. When have you ever seen him try to reason with you in a serious manner? Didn't he use force every time? Could it be that these people are here to capture Demon King Chun? I'm not sure about that. As the crowd's discussion and the number of people slowly increased, the scholars from Chang and City who claimed to be scholars also came angrily. But when they saw the situation, they were terrified. But they still did not want to leave. They hid in the crowd and shot back. From what I see, this great Demon King Chun is no great Demon King Chun. He is clearly the great Demon King Cheng Yaojin. Yes, didn't you hear it a few days ago? Cheng Yaojin lied that he was catching rebels outside the city, but he is actually taking the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. His motive is terrible. Tell me, who is Miss Wanru? She is someone that even the Emperor and the Crown Prince respect. Even the Emperor does not dare to use force. I heard that the Crown Prince was rejected when he came to see her. I think this Cheng Yaojin must have used force. Sigh. Oh, my poor little girl. In the crowd, as these voices continued to increase, it instantly made everyone have an impulse to rush into Swallow Descent Tower and see what had happened to Miss Wanwan. General Ning, could it be that it was really as they said, that General Cheng was having fun inside? If it's like that, then so long as you say the word, I'll leave right away and never come looking for Miss Bayan again. But if the rumors are true and you're here to capture Demon King Chun, why haven't you made your move yet? Yeah, the Cheng residence is obviously shielding him. What cover-up? The Demon King is clearly Cheng Yaojin himself. Let us in if you dare. Old Ning looked at the crowd indifferently. Seeing that the crowd was on the verge of stepping forward, Zhang Xian calmly waved his hand. In an instant, all the guards of the Cheng mansion drew their MO swords from their waists. If anyone dares to take another step forward, this general will kill without mercy. Everyone was shocked. These ambiguous words made everyone even more excited to the point that their eyes turned red. Those scholars relied on the fact that they were Confucian scholars and crazily squeezed forward. Ta-ta. And at this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. Everyone was shocked to see a troop of Ministry of Justice soldiers hurrying over. Everyone was terrified. Cheng Mansion, Zhang Suan's Ministry of Justice, had sent people over. What had happened to Swallow Descent Tower? Could it be that something had really happened? Under everyone's shocked gazes, one of the generals of Zhang Suan's mansion whispered something into Old Ning's ear. Old Ning looked at that person in astonishment. That person nodded his head firmly. Under everyone's baffled gazes, Old Ning waved his hand. Retreat. He didn't say anything. He didn't explain anything. He hurriedly left under everyone's bewilderment. What's going on? Is he having a stroke? He blocked Swallow Descent Tower's door and then left inexplicably? There's something fishy. Go. Let's go in and see how Miss Bayan is doing. Let's go. Why would anyone care about such an inexplicable action? It was better to see what had happened to Miss Wanru first. After all the officials, merchants, and young talents had rushed into Swallow Descent Tower's main hall, the procuress could be considered a tactful person. She placed her hands on her waist and blocked the staircase leading to Wanru's loft. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want a rebel? This is Swallow Descent Tower, the place of the imperial family. If you want to do anything, think twice. The procuress's words instantly extinguished the flames in everyone's hearts. Madam, did we find out last night that someone had humiliated Miss Wanru's virginity? Let's see who is so daring to do such a thing in front of the emperor. The procuress's eyes revealed a trace of undisguised disdain. Looking at everyone, she pointed at them and said, "Just you? You think you're worthy? You think you've drunk a few drops of ink? Do you really think you're a dish? Wanru's rules, the rules of our store, are recognized by the imperial family. Do you want to see Wanru? Sure, follow the rules first. Don't King think that because you're rich and you're officials, I can't do anything to you. Remember, I'm working for His Majesty." The procuress's words instantly caused everyone's faces to turn red. However, everyone stubbornly refused to leave. It was as if they wouldn't leave if Wanru didn't appear. This made the procuress somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Chase them away. I don't dare. Don't chase them away. It's annoying. And at this moment, Wanru gently pushed open the screen on the third floor's loft. Her indifferent voice instantly shattered everyone's hearts. Thank you for your company and love all these years. This little girl thanks everyone here. Just last night, Wanru's vow came true. A young master, an unmarried young master, broke Wanru's zither music. Therefore, Wanru will marry him in a few days. I'll have to trouble everyone to not disgrace this concubine's reputation. Chapter 3:18. When Feng Luo's voice died down, everyone could hear the shattering sound in their hearts. Everyone was stunned. They could only imagine that they would have a lucky encounter in their dreams one day to solve Miss Feng Luo's song. But why was it last night? Why was it last night? Who saw it? Who could prove it? Everyone wanted to find that bastard, but they did not dare to make a scene here. This was a place set up by the imperial family. If they dared to make a scene here, they would have to think twice. After all, the Ministry of Justice and the Chung Mansion had already met them. That meant that the higher-ups already knew about this. But it was also because of this that everyone felt even worse. Who the hell is it? Oh, let's go. Let's go to the Chung Mansion. Today, this old man must find out who it is that has such talent to be able to comprehend this unique zither song. Let's go. Everyone, let's go. Damn it, if the Chung Mansion does not give us an answer, old man will definitely join Cheng Yao Jin in the morning court tomorrow. The farce here finally came to an end. However, this matter became more and more ferocious. They were happy to see how famous Miss Feng Luo had become. She could make all the men go crazy with just one song. As for the officials in Chang, and who knew anything about this matter, they all retracted their necks. What was the matter? If Cheng Yao Jin dared to make a scene like this, he would have been imprisoned by the emperor. But he dared. After that, the people from the Ministry of Justice came and left without saying anything. This already explained a lot. If they still didn't understand this, they were either blinded by lard or brainless. A person who thinks about beauties all day long, if he dies, he will die in vain. At this moment, Chung Chumo and the other three returned to the tavern, trembling with fear. The four of them bid farewell to old He, who had fixed the door and looked after the tavern. Then, they looked at each other in confusion. I say, brothers, do you have something to tell us? Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and asked, Well, Feng Zi about this matter, I'll go back first today. Chung Chumo averted his gaze and was about to slip away, but Zhang Feng's cold words made him immediately sit back down. Sure, you could go now. I won't even let you stay. But once you walk out of here today, you will no longer be Zhang Feng's brother. About that, brother, I just want you to get to know those stubborn bastards. And this beautiful girl is the inviolable thing in the hearts of all stubborn men. I thought you knew about this beautiful girl. So, I wanted to let you see the most beautiful woman in Chang'an City. But you're so awesome. The moment you saw her, you brought back the most perfect woman in everyone's eyes. Shut up. Zhang Feng rubbed his temples, and his face turned gloomy. This matter had caused a disaster, but it was too late to think about it now. Bug, you think of me, Zhang Feng, as your brother? Zhang Feng asked while pulling his hair. Yes, that, well then. Then you tell me honestly, what is the deal with this girl before this agreement? Are you just a song? What's the big deal? Isn't it just a Hujia 18 beats? Isn't it just Zhang Sun? And the other three were speechless. Finally, Dugo sighed and said, Brother Zhang Feng, you might have really misunderstood Tai Niu. Although he's simple and honest, he's not a bad person. Which man in Chang, in city, doesn't know the name of Miss Wanwan? We did something wrong in this matter before, but we didn't know that you didn't know about it. That's why this happened. But don't worry, we're here. Even if it doesn't work, we still have our father. Don't worry. We'll settle this matter for you. I'm not talking about this, Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. I just want to know why you didn't tell me when you knew about the rule. I know you guys are awesome, but do you know that the real, awesome, stubborn people in Chang'an City are not you guys? Those are the real 4 great demon kings. You guys know Qing Chimo, right? There's also Zhang Sun, Wei Shuyu, and that stupid Yuqi, not to mention Du Go, who's feared by everyone. Now you guys know why I'm so worried, right? You guys are going to poke a hole in the sky. Zhang Feng's concern made the 3 people present somewhat dumbfounded. So this was what Brother Zhang Feng was worried about after all this time? Brother, if you're worried about this, then I'm going to laugh at you. Dugo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a strange look in his eyes. Brother, you probably don't know why Tai Niu and the others are called the 4 great demon kings. I can only tell you that Zhang Sun, Cheng Chumo, and Wei Shuyu have to call them little brothers in front of them. Of course. Dugo confidently opened his fan and confidently said, They all have to listen to me. Even though I don't know the past and present, at the very least, I can ensure that they are safe and sound every time. Zhang Sun and Cheng Chumo looked at Dugo and could not help but twitch their mouths. We didn't treat you as a dish, but you really think their roasted sweet potato is good enough. Chapter 319. All right. It's best if you can settle this matter, Debing. If you can't, you know the consequences. Zhang Feng was annoyed to death. How could he still be in the mood to waste time on this matter? There was still a muddled account that he had yet to clear up after he had one more wife. Now, there was another one. Moreover, it was the goddess in the hearts of all the stubborn people in Chang'an City. F***CK. How could Lao Tzu survive this? Zhang Feng had always regarded the matter of femme fatale as an imperial edict. He did not expect that he would be able to avoid the first one. At least her reputation was good. He had not met her before and was not familiar with her. He did not want her. But what about this? He had already met her and even entered her room. Basically, Zhang Feng could guarantee that this matter was spreading everywhere in Chang'an City. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. All right, Feng Zi, I'm starving. Hurry up and get something good to fill your stomach. Don't worry about this matter. Brother, I will definitely settle this matter properly for you, okay? Cheng Chumo rubbed his belly and shouted. It would have been better if he did not say that. Once he said that, Zhang Feng also felt unbearable hunger in his stomach. What do you want to eat? Prepare something good. It's best if it's tiger penis. All right, do you still have the tiger kidney? If you have it, hurry up. I'm tired from last night. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Looking at the 3 people who were crying piteously for food, he went into the kitchen speechlessly. Actually, he wanted to find a chance to avoid this guy and think about how to settle this matter. After all, if this matter continued, he would have to deal with it. He did not want to wait for the system to be activated and go to the imperial court before falling into a romantic calamity. He absent-mindedly fiddled with a large pot of stew, but before he could carry it out, the idiot couldn't wait any longer. He went into the kitchen, and each of them had a large pot of stew. Then, he took a lamb's hind leg from the pot of stew and happily went out the door. They did not sit. They squatted at the entrance of a shop, each holding a head of garlic. They ate while looking outside the shop, as if they were trying to find out what was going on. However, there were very few people in Tong Hui Square, and the news was also very limited. Until one person appeared, the eyes of the masters could not help but light up. The person who came was the old Shotsai, who had come to demand an explanation. The old elementary scholar had no children. Although he was well-read, for some reason, he had a very high self-esteem. Even when his family's fortunes fell, he was still unwilling to let go of his pride. Apart from the appearance of Zhang Feng, although Zhang Feng did not mention his background, where was Chang'an? That's a place filled with talented people. Although Zhang Feng had only mentioned a vague place name, everyone found a family that matched Zhang Feng's identity. That was why Zhang Feng's family was washed away by the flood, leaving behind only a single seedling. But this was not the main point. The main point was Zhang Feng's strange character, as well as his personality that did not fit in with this world. He was simple, lazy, and had the skills that everyone dreamed of. Therefore, although the old elementary scholar did not say anything, everyone could see that the old elementary scholar really wanted what was good for Zhang Feng. At this time, it was also the same. Last night, Zhang Feng did not return home, and the old elementary scholar did not sleep at all. As soon as the market opened, he went out to ask around. It was fine if he did not ask around, but once he did, he would be in big trouble. He actually knew about the incident at Yin Lai restaurant last night. Who was the old elementary scholar? With just a little thought, he understood everything in an instant. These little bastards had really poked a hole in the sky. That was why the old elementary scholar came aggressively, prepared to reprimand Zhang Feng, and then kidnap these three great demons to turn themselves in. He even felt like he was going to sacrifice his life for a righteous cause today. When he saw the four of them squatting down and eating stewed vegetables as if nothing had happened, the old elementary scholar was furious. You bunch of trash. Come in for old man. Who were Chung Chumo and the others? They were the sons of the Duke. But they also knew the ways of the world and knew about the relationship between Zhang Feng and this old man. Therefore, they could only smile awkwardly and follow the old elementary scholar into the small restaurant. Feng Zi, let me ask you, what do you plan to do about the incident at Yin Lai restaurant last night? The moment they entered, the old elementary scholar asked with a serious expression. This, Zhang Feng scratched his head, not knowing what to say. He could not help but use his elbow to poke Dugo. Dugo put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, Old elementary scholar, you don't have to worry about this matter. Our father also knows about it. So I think that since this matter has not been made public, it means that this matter has been suppressed. You don't have to worry about it. Are you still worried about Feng Zi? Then what? Old elementary scholar, you just have to worry about it. If even our father can't handle this matter, I believe that no one will be able to suppress it. At this point, Zhang's son smiled confidently. You also saw that this matter has not been made public. So what does that mean? Wasn't that just being suppressed? Moreover, Feng Zi used his own ability to break Miss Wan Wan's zither music and won the beauty's heart. If anyone dares to cause trouble, as long as Brother Zhang Feng shows a little bit of talent, everyone will shut up. At this point, Zhang's son said with a straight face, Old elementary scholar, are you doubting Feng Zi's talent? Chapter 320. After being tricked by Zhang's son, the old elementary scholar was indeed fooled. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. But how could the old elementary scholar be at ease? Sighing, he pointed at Zhang Feng's forehead and said, Oh, this is all your fault. When you're free, hurry up and prepare a better gift. I'll send it to the Zhang mansion later. Don't you know that gossip is a fearful thing? As he spoke, the old elementary scholar looked around the tavern. Carrying 2 jars of wine, he hurriedly left. All right, you guys hurry up and deal with this mess. I'll send 2 jars of wine to your father-in-law and clear up the misunderstanding while I'm at it. Under Zhang Feng's stunned gaze, the old elementary scholar actually pulled a few hemp ropes from the wall and tied the 2 jars of wine together. Then he hung it around his neck. Pulling an oiled paper bag from the counter of the tavern, he poured the plate of braised meat that Zhang Feng had not eaten into the oiled paper bag and hurriedly left. Feng Zi, I suspect that the old elementary scholar is stuffing his own pockets, Dugo said as he slurped the noodles. Zhang Feng curled his lips. He did not take it to heart. Based on his understanding of the old elementary scholar, if he wanted to eat, he could eat in the tavern. Even if he ate until he vomited, he would not say anything. But when he thought of the Zhang mansion, Zhang Feng's head began to hurt again. Brothers, aren't you all capable? I'll give you a chance. If anyone manages to complete this task, I'll teach them everything I've learned as soon as possible. What? Really? Really? Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 men instantly turned red. They had long been envious of Zhang Feng's ability. Now, seeing Zhang Feng saying this with such a serious expression. How could they not be interested? Zhang Feng nodded when he saw Fan Rui's expression. I won't ask you to do anything sneaky, nor will I ask you to do anything that violates the bottom line of morality. You just need to help me deal with the Isin pastry shop and the stubborn matter in Chong and City. Then, Zhang Feng, will do what I say. I'll teach you everything I said before. How about it? Okay. Fengzi, every word is a nail. I'll take it. Zhang Feng felt that he had been misunderstood. He quickly added, I'm afraid you guys didn't understand what I meant. What I meant was that you guys help me deal with this mess. Don't bother your family. I need you guys to do it personally and settle this matter for me. I estimate that it won't be long before a secret plan of mine begins to be carried out. At that time, I'll still need you. How could they understand what Zhang Fengzi? At this moment, they were dizzy. Were those stubborn people powerful? They only needed to beckon with their fingers, and would they dare to act rashly? They must have been beaten up too little. Besides, wasn't the Zhang family just a Zhang family? Since she was his brother's wife, he naturally had to treat her seriously. When the time came, he only needed to pick out some decent betrothal gifts from the mansion and settle this marriage with dignity. Then, wouldn't the Zhang clan's clan head be grinning from ear to ear? However, they really didn't understand Zhang Feng's meaning. Zhang Feng wanted them to cancel the marriage. None of this was important. What was important was that now, a person had slapped open the door of the pub with such force that old he, who had worked overtime to fix the door last night, had wasted his efforts. Who is it? Damn it, who is so bold to break my brother's door? Beat him up, brothers! F***CK. How could this group of rich second generations not be enraged when their spirits were suddenly disrupted by someone else? However, when the crowd cursed, Zhang Feng looked at the dark figure in the sunlight and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Just when Zhang Feng was trying to identify it, the iron tower-like figure spoke faintly. It's you, Lao Tzu. I'm here. Although this voice wasn't loud, it was fatal. After hearing this voice, Cheng Chumo didn't even think and subconsciously knelt on the ground with a plop. Zhang Sun was even more straightforward and wanted to slip away. Only do go. Although he seemed a little scared, still maintained a little bit of a scholarly appearance. He stood at the side, trembling with fear, hugging his bow and bowing. Uncle Chen, why are you here? Why am I here? Cheng Yaojin glared at the three boys. Only then did he walk out of the sunlight and look at Zhang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't injured, he shouted angrily, You brats, luckily nothing happened to Zhang Feng. If something happened to him, can you bear the responsibility? Chen Tiniu, get out here, Lao Tzu. After scolding the three boys, Cheng Yaojin was still angry. He pointed at Cheng Chumo, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, and picked up a wooden stool from the ground and was about to throw it at him. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Was this his biological father? How could his biological father be so ruthless? Old Chun, stop. If you hit him with this stool, your son will be gone. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He blocked the infuriated Cheng Yaojin and said. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin angrily threw the stool in his hand to the ground. Under Zhang Feng's distressed gaze, Cheng Yaojin sat on the stool in the next moment. He grabbed a lamb leg on the table and started chewing. Chapter 321. Cheng Yaojin didn't say a word. He didn't throw a tantrum at Zhang Feng. This made Zhang Feng a little embarrassed. However, Zhang Feng was also angry. What does this have to do with me? You're throwing a tantrum the moment you arrive. Are you trying to show me? If it weren't for your son, would I King be like this? Vulgar. Really vulgar. If Lally were here, would he be like this? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin, who was eating the lamb leg and drinking from someone's wine bowl, and cursed in his heart. But now, Zhang Feng could only curse in his heart. After all, this matter must be settled by old Chun. Otherwise, would he be the first to come? Now, Zhang Sun and the others were in trouble. Although Cheng Yaojin didn't beat them or scold them, this wasn't Cheng Yaojin's style. Moreover, there was no need to think about it. His bodyguards had already been dispatched. What kind of rumors would spread? Last time, because Cheng Yaojin went out of the city to settle that matter, he caused a lot of trouble. What about now? It was obvious. That was the most terrifying thing. As long as Chung Yao Jin was angry, everyone would be able to fool him with a laugh. But now, a tiger that wasn't angry was the most terrifying. Well, Uncle Chun, please take a seat first. We still have something to do. We have to go back. Zhang Sun couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly wanted to slip out of the door, but before he could walk out, Chung Yao Jin pulled him back. Kid, tell me about this matter. Who's the one who started it? I'll only beat the person who started it. Chung Yao Jin glanced at the three of them and said, the three of them wanted to die. Everyone didn't speak. They just stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. Speaking of which, are you guys done fooling around? You guys were having fun last night, and now you're asking Lao Tzu to clean up after you. What's the matter? Now you want Lao Tzu to clean up after you guys? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and pretended not to see anything. This time, the three of them were anxious. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare. As for Zhang Feng, this scammer, he seemed to be doing it on purpose. He didn't say anything either. What should he do? The three of them looked on helplessly as the lamb leg in Chung Yao Jin's hand dwindled. They did not know what to do. Burp! Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Chung Yao Jin let out a loud burp, probably because he was drunk. He wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve and said, You bastards, Brother Zhang Feng is such a good person. How dare you bring him to such a brothel? So be it. It's for his own good. Let him have some fun. But look at what kind of stupid thing you've done. Do you know? You screwed over Lord Chung Yao Jin this time. You, Tainyo, get your ass over here to Lao Tzu. Chung Yao Jin's tone was very calm, as if he was narrating something. Chung Yao Jin, who was screwed over, was not like him. But at this time, the three of them wanted to cry. Why don't you get angry? As long as you were angry, we wouldn't have been so scared. Dad, about this, well, last night we drank too much, so we wanted Brother Zhang Feng to go and broaden his horizons. After all, he's already 20 years old, and he still doesn't know what that is. You all know this. So, when I saw that you and Uncle Lowly didn't say anything, I thought that you guys had acquiesced, so, you went and plucked that flower? Chung Yao Jin was a little angry. Do you know, Miss Huawei, your uncle he actually wanted to matchmake Zhang Feng early in the morning. But do you know why he gave up in the end? Because Huawei's body is full of thorns. Have you ever seen anyone in Chong? And who dares to touch Huawei's flower lady? You're really a F***king scammer. Chung Yao Jin was finally angry. He picked up the remaining lamb leg bone and was about to throw it at Chung Chumo. Chung Chumo looked at the approaching lamb leg bone and shook his teeth, ready to receive it. But at this time, Zhang Feng sighed and said, Old Chun, forget it. Tai Nio and the others didn't do anything wrong last night. It's my fault. Seeing that the main character had spoken, Chung Yao Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. But he pretended to be angry and put down the lamb bone in his hand. He turned around and said bitterly, Brother, you're an honest person, but I know that you didn't do this. I watched those three bastards grow up. How could I not know what kind of people they are? Although I'm a rough person, I still have the ability to judge people. So, Brother Zhang Feng, don't stop me. I must teach them a lesson today. Let them learn. You don't know. If Lord Zhang Sun hadn't sent people from the Ministry of Justice to Yan Lai Lu, you should know that Lu Guogong would probably be in jail now. Is this something a human would do? If only they had eaten a mouthful of food while drinking, they wouldn't have done such a disgraceful thing. Brother Zhang Feng, if you're a brother, don't stop me. Let me clean up the family's reputation. This is the family's bad reputation. It's harming you. Don't stop me. Zhang Feng's head was full of black lines. He looked at the big, greasy bone in his stomach and glared at Chung Yao Jin, rolling his eyes. Lao Tzu didn't even touch you. If you want to hit him, then hit him. Chapter 322. All right. You're not even fit to act. Zhang Feng cursed in his heart. However, he did not expose Chung Yao Jin. Old Chun, calm down. Let me tell you about this matter slowly. Zhang Feng's face darkened. Finally, he painstakingly snatched the weapon from Chung Yao Jin's hand and pressed him in front of the table. He signaled with his eyes for the three of them to scram. Only then did he say, Old Chun, this matter is actually my fault. Brother, don't take on dog sh*t for yourself. If your brother Zhang Feng was such a pervert, how could we not know? Enough. Zhang Feng patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder and said, Old Chun, actually, there's still a reason for this matter. You also know about the vow that Miss Wanwan made, right? I know. How was Cheng Yaojin angry? Seeing that Zhang Feng took the initiative to speak, he quickly sat up straight and even stopped drinking. Zhang Feng pursed his lips. This guy came to be a spy. It was really, if Laoli wanted to know something, why didn't he come personally? Was it necessary? Wasn't it tiring? Zhang Feng scolded Laoli in his heart before saying, Actually, when we were drinking, we talked about that, Miss Wanwan. You also know that I'm very interested in all kinds of rumors, and after drinking, there's no need to talk about it. With such a magical song, do you think that I, Zhang Feng, would not go and take a look? Not go and find out what's going on? Cheng Yaojin scratched the back of his head and nodded. Now that you mention it, I think it's possible. With your obsession with literature and such a novel matter, to others Old Chun, might think that he was lusting after beauty, but he really went there for that Zheng song. Brother, could it be that you really know that song? In the end, even Cheng Yaojin was shocked. Who doesn't know of Wan's reputation? Even the emperor had searched through the ancient records of the palace for this magical zither song. However, he only knew that it was passed down from the family of a female official in the palace. After that, no one even knew the name of the song. However, thinking of Zhang Feng's miraculous calligraphy, as well as his unfathomable ability, he really did have that kind of ability. Zhang Feng nodded. Under Cheng Yaojin's shocked gaze, he said so. This matter is not like what you know. It's all because I want to explore the magic of that song. That's why I'm drinking to strengthen my courage and compete with it. Speaking of which, Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. You know the result. Although I know Miss Bine's good name and this divine song, I forgot that she had another vow. It wasn't until I completely solved this song that De Bing finally told me this matter under my interrogation. This also happened this morning. Zhang Feng was very depressed. However, Cheng Yaojin was completely dumbfounded. Did he really solve this thing? It was exactly the same as what the emperor had predicted. Brother Zhang Feng, you're awesome. Cheng Yaojin speechlessly stuck out his thumb, almost pressing it on Zhang Feng's forehead. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. What's so awesome about it? I'm so worried now that I don't know what to do. I inadvertently offended those stubborn people in Chang'an City. Old Chun, do you think I'll have a good life in the future? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin held his stomach and laughed loudly. After laughing for a long time, he asked, Brother, do you know who those stubborn people are? I don't know. Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Yaojin gloomily. I say, Old Chun, you're really something. Can't you see that my hair has turned white? This matter will happen sooner or later. No, by now, it should have already reached the ears of Cheng Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and Zhang Sunchong, those stubborn bastards. How can you still laugh? Hurry up and think of a solution for me. There's no solution. Cheng Yaojin laughed until he was out of breath. But I only know one thing. You can rest assured about this matter. Cheng Yaojin smiled and said, But I only know one thing. Laoli has already settled this matter for you. Isn't it just a bunch of stubborn people? The Minister of Justice, Zhang Sun Wuji, is in the same boat as us. He has already settled this matter for us. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was dumbfounded and asked, Are you sure about this? I, Old Chun, guarantee it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. At the same time, he was speechless. So, you've been acting since you came in? You already knew that this matter would be solved, right? Zhang Feng finally knew that this guy had been acting from the beginning. Cheng Yaojin saw that he seemed to have been exposed, but he didn't care. He drank his wine and said with a smile, We're very curious. You said that song. Did you really solve it? Then what exactly was this song? Why didn't any of the scholars and poets of the Tang dynasty know about it? It would be strange if they knew. Zhang Feng shrugged and asked, Do you know about the Hujia 18 beats? Cheng Yaojin took a sip of wine. No. Chapter 323. Zhang Feng was speechless. Fine, you definitely don't know this, but you should at least ask what it is. Zhang Feng roared. All right, then Brother Zhang Feng, what is this song about? Cheng Yaojin immediately understood. This guy wants a way out. That's easy. But when Zhang Feng heard that, he had the urge to beat Cheng Yao Jin to death. He took a deep breath and said, "Before I tell you this song, I have a story. Do you want to hear it?" "Yes." At this moment, Zhang Sun and the other three's heads popped out from the door. When Zhang Feng looked over, Du Go's head was slapped. Obviously, he was the one who spoke just now. Zhang Feng and Cheng Yao Jin did not care. And Zhang Feng seemed to have found an audience. He always felt that if you were to tell this to old Chun, it would be like playing the lute to a cow. But it was different now. With these three audience members, wouldn't it be more interesting to talk about it? Zhang Feng waved his hand and let the three of them in. He even poured wine for them and said, "Actually, when we talk about the 18 beats of the Hujia, we have to talk about one person. Kai Wenji, who among you knows?" "Me." As expected, it was Du Go. Speaking of this person, Du Go could not help but look forward to it. Kai Wenji is rumored to be Kai Yong's daughter. She was deeply influenced by literature since she was young. But in the end, because of the war, she was kidnapped by the Xiongnu people. Zhang Feng nodded and said with some admiration, "Du Go is right. But there are records of this person in the historical records. But do you know that Cao Cao used a lot of money to exchange for her?" When Du Go heard that, he started to think deeply. But these profound matters made Cheng Chumo and the other two feel a little bored, so they simply continued to drink and eat. Cheng Yao Jin, on the other hand, was immersed in it. He had to immerse himself in it. He was going to ask questions on behalf of the emperor. If Brother Zhang Feng was missing a single word today, then he would have to suffer a beating. As for the reason, everyone knew, so there was no need to talk about it. At this time, Zhang Feng said, "Actually, Kai Wenji and the virtuous prince of the left were married when they were still in Xiongnu. Don't ask me who the virtuous prince of the left is. I don't know." Zhang Feng had already shut their mouths and continued. After Kai Wenji returned to the Han Dynasty, she missed her children. That was why she created the 18 Beats of the Hujia, a song played by Miss Wanwan. The song has a total of 18 chapters, so it's called the 18 Beats of the Hujia. It was once recorded in the Han Music House, but because of the war, it completely disappeared. I also thought that this song was lost, but I didn't expect to hear the complete version here. Then, Brother Zhang Feng, where are the lines in the Zither song? Can you tell us about it? Du Go could not help but ask. This song has tortured us scholars for many years, so, all right. Zhang Feng shrugged and said, "Actually, there's nothing to hide. It's just a way for a prostitute to protect herself. Since I've already deciphered the song today, what's wrong with letting you all see it?" He had deciphered this song, but he believed that many people outside would not be convinced. In that case, he might as well use the mouths of these three to publicize this song. It could also be a way to solve the current predicament. De Bing, quickly copy it for old man. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and said firmly. While Cheng Yaojin was speaking, Zhang Feng pondered for a while before slowly saying, "The first beat, which is also the first chapter, goes like this. When I was born, I was still unaccomplished. After I was born, the Han Dynasty declined. The heavens are heartless, and the earth is heartless, causing me to meet this time. The path of war is perilous, and the people and soldiers are exiled, and we mourn. Smoke and dust cover the wilderness, and the Hujia flourish, and the will is obedient, and the righteousness is wrong. Vulgar is not suitable for me, and who should I complain to when I'm insulted? In a while, when I play the zither, no one knows my resentment." The second verse, the third verse, the fourth verse, Zhang Feng spoke faster and faster. After that, he did not stop. The Hujia originates from the Hujia, and the fate of the zither brings out the same melody. Although the song ends in the 18th beat, the sound lingers and endless thoughts. Knowing the subtlety of the Siju, it's the work of creation. Sorrow and music follow the heart, and there are changes. The Hujia and the Han are different from each other, and the heaven and earth are separated by the west and the mother east. My resentment is vast in the sky, and although the 6 directions are vast, they can't tolerate it. When the last verse was finished, Zhang Feng then sighed in relief. Looking at Cheng Yaojin, he asked with a smile that was not a smile, "Old Chun, I dare to bet that you can treat this song as a family heirloom. It will definitely be famous in the future. That's good. But you also know that this time, the mess you made is not small. This thing, I must first deal with the matter of the higher-ups. For these things, I'm a rough person who doesn't understand, so I won't fight with them. Although Cheng Yaojin knew the importance of this thing. After all, he was deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's reading. But such a good thing, he dares to hide it? I'm afraid he doesn't want to live anymore. Such a good thing. He can only wait for the emperor to reward him. Chapter 324. Dugo carefully sorted out this item before neatly copying it into 18 copies. He looked at the 18 pages of paper. He was dumbfounded. Was this the thing that made all the young talents in the Tang dynasty go crazy for? He did not feel the joy of knowing the answer. Instead, he felt a kind of pressure. He did not dare to imagine that if this thing were spread, it would definitely set off a frenzy of Zheng music in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, it was something that all the scholars would fight for and treat as a treasure. After all, he had heard the song before. However, when he recalled the song in his mind, coupled with the words, the gentle and sorrowful feeling in it, if it was a woman, then if any man got it, there would definitely be women who would go crazy for it. All right, Fengzi. Cheng Yaojin neatly folded these things, including the manuscript, and put them in his arms. Then he asked, I heard from Lao Li that you're going to set up an academy. Academy? Brother Zhang Feng is going to set up an academy. When did this happen? Cheng Chumo and the other two were shocked. Cheng Yaojin glared at them. The three of them shrunk their necks and could only obediently sit in the corner without moving. Zhang Feng did not hide it from them. Yes, Lao Li came and told me about this before. That's good. Cheng Yaojin nodded. I heard from Lao Li that he has settled the Imperial College. As for the document, Li Gan will personally bring it to you tomorrow morning. All right, as for the teacher, isn't there a ready-made one? Zhang Feng pointed at Dugo. Dugo and the others' heads twitched. What did this mean? I'm going to be a teacher? No, I'm going to study mathematics. However, suddenly, Dugo and Zhang Sun felt like they had been cheated. Brother Zhang Feng was digging a hole for them just now. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Zhang Feng was so lazy that he wouldn't have too many students. Other than them, there were only the princes and princesses and their brothers and sisters. That made them feel relieved. When the time came, they would learn from Zhang Feng first. When the time came, just as Zhang Sun and the other two were feeling secretly happy, they could not help but laugh out loud. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he threw an empty wine jar at them. The three instantly shut their mouths out of fear. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin finally asked the most important question, which was also the main purpose of his visit. Brother Zhang Feng, the house is right next to yours. We have bought it. The title deed is here. As he spoke, Cheng Yaojin took out 2 official title deeds and a key. He then said, I believe that in a few days, someone will come and rearrange the house according to your requirements. I want to take a look. It's a house left behind by a rich family. It's not bad. It's just that the Turk spies dug a big hole in the ground. However, this does not seem to be a bad thing for you. Now, only the most crucial step is left. How are you going to teach? This was what Li Shimin wanted to know the most. If he wanted to be different from the Imperial College and see results in the shortest time possible, a normal teaching method would not work. If it was possible, Li Shimin would go against the opinion of the masses and do it. That was why he was worried and asked Cheng Yaojin to use this matter to ask. At the same time, he also wanted to know what Zhang Feng was planning. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. The house is just like that. You just need to find a craftsman for me. As for the rest, I will arrange it. But the teaching method, Zhang Feng did not even think about it before, and he did not have time to think about it. Now that Cheng Yaojin mentioned it, he remembered this matter. The teaching method, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and came up with a plan. At the beginning, there can't be too many people. The people can only be from your houses. As for the future, we will talk about it later. The numbers have been decided. So, Old Chun, tell me, how many children do you have in total when all your families are added together? I will calculate what teaching method is suitable. In terms of children, we have 4 boys who are of suitable age. Let's not talk about the others for now. Lao Li's house also has 4. If we add them up, We have about 50 to 60 children. 50 to 60 children? This Zhang Feng was stunned. This was just a few families, and there were so many children? Zhang Feng was speechless. People in this era were really good at giving birth. But thinking about it, it was not so strange. This was a student from the first class. Was this how primary school students were taught? Zhang Feng carefully recalled the teaching method of primary school students in his previous life, and then said, "Let me say first, my teaching method is different from anyone's teaching method now. First, I will not let the students memorize things by rote. Second, I will only teach everything once. As for how much they can learn, it depends on the individual. Every day, at the beginning of the class, they will recite ancient poems and famous sentences. At the end of the class, there will be a 2-hour break. In the afternoon, there will be a handicraft class. As for what to do, it will depend on my mood." Brother Zhang Feng, does this include the physics that you mentioned? Is there still mathematics? Dugo asked the question he wanted to ask the most. However, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened as he asked, "What is this? And what the hell is physics?" Chapter 325. Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded. He didn't know how to respond to this. "Hey, Dabing, show Old Chen the thing I gave you. Also explain it to Old Chen." Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to say anything else. After Dugo's explanation, Cheng Yaojin was also dumbfounded, especially when he saw the arithmetic table in Dugo's hand. This thing he couldn't understand, especially that one by one, something like that. How could he understand it? But even if he couldn't understand it, he still knew a little about arithmetic. I remember that the mainstream now is the 9-chapter arithmetic. Can this thing be compared to the 9-chapter arithmetic? What I mean is, can this thing really surpass the 9-chapter arithmetic? Cheng Yaojin really couldn't understand. But this time, Dugo also looked at Zhang Feng. Let's use the abacus as an example. Most of the 9-chapter arithmetic requires the assistance of an abacus. It's very tedious to calculate. But if you use this kind of multiplication and division, Zhang Feng, can't guarantee that everyone can become a mathematical genius. But in the field of accounting and arithmetic, you'll definitely go further than others. Moreover, the 9-9 multiplication and 9-9 division were originally derived from the combination of the ultimate yin and yang of heaven and earth. This simplifies the basics of the 9-chapter arithmetic according to the records in Zhang Feng's mind. Rather than saying it to Cheng Yaojin, it was better to say it to the 3 people who were staring at him with their eyes as big as copper coins. When Zhang Feng finished, Zhang Feng gave an example. To put it simply, the 9-chapter arithmetic that I mentioned includes 9-chapter arithmetic, geometry, space, volume, size, and so on. It even includes the physics that I mentioned earlier. If you can't grasp all these things that I mentioned, then what about physics? Forget it. You're not worthy. Zhang Feng looked at Dugo and said thoughtfully. When Zhang Feng said that, Cheng Chuma was anxious. "Brother, you said before, when are you going to teach us the heavy cavalry stuff? I'm getting impatient from waiting." "That's right, Fengzi. Why didn't you say anything about the light cavalry? Why are all these things learned by Du, Dabing, and Li Qian?" The 2 of them panicked. After waiting for so long, this was what he got? Cheng Yaojin guarded Dugo and didn't give him any time to rest. He recorded everything that Zhang Feng said in the book and then asked, "That's right. I heard from Iron Bull that you..." "Hey, what's the rush? Let me tell you, as long as you are not afraid of death and suffering, I guarantee that in less than a year, I will make each and every one of you wish you were dead." Zhang Feng smirked. Even Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but shudder. He quickly asked, "Brother Zhang Feng, how do you want to train them?" "Train?" Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion and said, No, I'm not going to train them. Look at this." As he spoke, Zhang Feng counted with his fingers and said, "I'm going to teach according to the point system. Every day, I will grade all the students. Every day, it will be 9 points. It will start at noon and end at night. During this period, everything has to be managed in a closed manner. Every meal will be personally prepared by me. In this day, not only do you have to learn all the classifications of mathematics, but you also have to learn the classifications of literature. There are a total of 15 classifications. In the morning, it's time to learn literature. I'm not free. In the afternoon, it's time to learn mathematics. If I finish my homework well in the morning, then even if I don't finish my mathematics in the afternoon, the punishment for my rest time at night will be reduced. However, if I don't learn well in the morning, then I don't learn well in the afternoon, then I'll wish you good luck. Zhang Feng's plan sounded quite interesting at first, but as he listened, Cheng Yaojin felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a hint of a conspiracy in this. Brother, are you planning to train them in martial arts at night? An actual combat training? You're smart, old Chun. I suggest you give it a try. It's very cool. Get lost. Cheng Yaojin's head exploded with a buzz. Damn it. This scammer was rotten from the very beginning. He was rotten to the core, starting at noon and ending at night. He had to do those things for a whole day. Then at night, he had to do physical training. Finally, he understood that what he had asked him to say was not training. Could it be that he had not thought about this at all? After he had reminded him, he had only thought of this and added it at the last minute. Cheng Yaojin had the illusion that he had been thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison. At this moment, this bastard had a look of despair on his face, as if he had nothing left to live for. However, Zhang Feng did not care about this and continued. Actually, I had forgotten about this at the beginning. But today, since you have such a strong request, I naturally have no problem with it. Isn't it just military training? I'm not going to prank you. Considering your strength, I've only increased the difficulty by 10 times. When the three of them heard this, they rolled their eyes and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 326. Even Cheng Yaojin felt a sense of exhilaration when he heard that. Although he didn't know what kind of training method Zhang Feng was talking about, he could imagine someone who could train a person into the strongest heavy cavalry and light cavalry in the shortest amount of time, as well as an assassin who was proficient in the art of assassination. Was this an easy training method? Looking at the two guys who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Cheng Yaojin knew that this guy would definitely do something bad. However, he still asked, Brother Zhang Feng, what exactly is your training method? Let me think. Zhang Feng did not pay attention to the two who were lying on the ground, eavesdropping. He seriously recalled the scenes of Special Forces training that he had seen on TV. After a while, he said, well, this training is not complicated. It's just physical fitness, endurance, and endurance. Usually, I won't do anything. After all, this is Chang'an City. We have to keep a low profile and not attract the attention of the authorities. So it's just running a few laps around the courtyard, then climbing over a few courtyard walls and holding water in the water for a while. It's just that you have to tie a gunny sack on your body. It's that simple. Really? Dugo could not stand it anymore. Looking at Zhang Feng's sinister smile, he asked, Really? I, Zhang Feng, have always been a man of my word. What's wrong, big flat cake? Are you doubting me? No. How could Dugo dare to doubt him? He only felt a deep sense of fear and excitement. These two feelings were very strange. One was an urgent desire to go. After all, the literature mentioned before and the magical arithmetic were all things that attracted him. However, there was another feeling. That was a sense of fear that came from the depths of his soul. This feeling was very strange. It was as if there was a demon in front of him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, waiting for him, but he could not stop himself from wanting to get closer. At this moment, Dugo was feeling that. From Zhang Feng's expression, he knew that this training was definitely not going to be easy. However, he didn't know if this included him. However, the moment this thought was born, Zhang Feng extinguished his dream. Of course, this military training, yes. This was military training, and everyone had to participate. If anyone dares to not participate, then it is equivalent to automatically withdrawing from my academy. No matter who comes to speak or plead for mercy in the future, they're not allowed to take a step into the academy. Not even if the emperor pleads for mercy. That's because I learned all my skills from these things. Buzz, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, Chong, and Dugo's minds exploded. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Endless disdain. Stop bragging. You can't even take a slap from me, and you still say that this is all you've got. Feng Zi, let me ask you. We are here to learn about military capabilities. What's the use of learning about literature? Don't tell me that you want us to argue with the enemy on the battlefield in the future. Cheng Yaojin also felt a headache. Zhang Feng shrugged and asked, then let me ask you. First, how can you calculate the number of people from a scale of the place in the shortest time possible? How can you calculate whether the enemy is heavily armed, heavy cavalry, or light cavalry from the hoof prints and wool prints? Or how can you determine whether the enemy can prolong the battle from the speed of the enemy's division? The two were dumbfounded. Even the military god, Cheng Yaojin, was stumped by this question. How should they answer this? Who would calculate these? Brother, if we met on the battlefield, who would have the time to calculate this? Will we just wave our arms and be done with it? Wrong. Zhang Feng shook his head and looked at Cheng Yaojin, saying, You don't know military books. If we can figure it out in a short period of time, then we can use the most effective countermeasures to target the enemy and use some military traps. This way, we can self-destruct before the enemy reaches our position. All of this is calculated. Now tell me, is this calculation, mathematics, and some other things useful? Zhang Feng asked with a serious expression. This time, Cheng Yaojin was speechless. What could he say? What kind of tactics were these? Previously, they would just send out the same type of troops as the other side sent out. Or, if the other side sent out cavalry, they would follow the military strategy and send out a rain of arrows. Then, they would form a light cavalry battle formation and a heavy cavalry battle formation. That would be the end of it. What tactics were there? However, to be able to inflict so much damage to the enemy before they even reached their position, Cheng Yaojin felt that it was impossible. However, if it was someone else who said this, Cheng Yaojin would either kick him or drag him to the battlefield for a day trip. But who was this? This was Zhang Feng's words. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but think of something Zhang Feng said before. He hurriedly lowered his voice and pressed Zhang Feng's shoulder, asking word by word, Brother Zhang Feng, are you talking about the strange scripture that you mentioned before? Chapter 3:27. At this moment, the atmosphere became a little heavy. It was not for anything else but that extraordinary scripture. Once they learned that Zhang Feng was teaching them the extraordinary scripture, then how many of Cheng Yaojin and the others would dare to learn it? Even if Zhang Feng dared to teach it, they would not dare to learn it without the emperor's permission. Zhang Feng thought for a moment. Extraordinary scripture, this thing. During this period of time, he had searched for something in his memory. Wasn't this thing a map of the human body's acupuncture points? However, Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. If this thing was so simple, why did these people go crazy when they heard about the extraordinary scripture? Could it be that this thing really had an extraordinary scripture? Could it be the thing that helped Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang to develop the back push diagram? Itu Luo Shu, or the mountain and sea scripture? Zhang Feng did not understand. He could not help but cry in his heart. Lao Tzu did not want to lie. He did not expect that he unintentionally pretended to be cool and said something awesome. Damn, it was just a lie. How many more lies would it take to fill the hole? However, although he cried in sorrow, this thing really had a way. Was the modern technology that Lao Tzu mastered not an extraordinary scripture? Yes, it can be said that these are extraordinary scriptures. However, you're not qualified to learn the real extraordinary scripture now. Only when you have really mastered the so-called that, you are qualified to learn the extraordinary scripture. That? Qualified? Only then did everyone relax a little. However, everyone's interest was piqued again. Cheng Yaojin was obviously the most qualified among them. Now, he was the one who wanted to ask about this. He put his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and poured him a bowl of wine. He asked with a smile, Brother Zhang Feng, tell me, how far away is the extraordinary scripture from now? What I mean is, to what extent do they have to learn before they are qualified to learn the extraordinary scripture? At least, a conservative estimate is about 3 years. Zhang Feng said, First of all, the language textbooks that I have set, which are the literature courses, cannot be left out. There is also mathematics. You have to learn at least the elementary level of physics before you can come into contact with the threshold of that mysterious scripture. I call this stuff chemistry. Chemistry? The four of them were completely confused by this strange name. Each one was more novel than the last. First, it was mathematics, which everyone could at least understand. But now, there was chemistry? What was this? However, Zhang Feng did not explain. Instead, he continued, "It's still too early for chemistry. There's no point in thinking too much about it. So don't have Asterisk King try to trick me. Even if you do, not only will it not bring you any benefits, but it will also bring you endless harm. So put away your petty thoughts. I will teach you what I need to teach. Shouldn't you at least leave me, Zhang Feng, some family heirloom?" The last sentence was the most important thing to everyone. Cheng Yaojin only glanced at him. "Just based on the stuff that your grandson knows, if you had really done it properly, you would have been F Asterisk King famous in Chang'an. One word. You are F Asterisk King lazy. You are so lazy that there is no end to it." However, after talking for a long time, Cheng Chumo still did not hear what he wanted to hear. As for the mysterious scripture, it had nothing to do with him. He did not want to learn it. He only wanted to learn about the heavy cavalry. "Well, Fengzi, tell me, you have so many types of mathematics. How are you going to divide them in a training? You can't possibly teach everyone according to what you just said, right? You know what? Although I don't know what you're talking about, I can tell from your expression that the things you're talking about are F Asterisk King deceptive things." Being exposed, Zhang Feng could not take it anymore. "Iron Bull, what are you talking about? Do you know that you're interrupting my path? Do you know that the things I created are the skills that I taught Zhuge Kongming? Just tell me, do you want to learn it or not?" Yes. When Qing Chimo heard that it was Zhuge Kongming's name, how would he dare to say no? He was the god of war of the generation. However, I still want to know what the heavy cavalry you're talking about is. Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and searched his memory again for the training videos of the special forces, especially the Soldier's Assault and the novels that he had read before. He thought of something. Then he said, "Actually, I have thought of this for a long time. Didn't I say last time that you will be the most handsome one among the millions of soldiers?" Heavy cavalry. Cheng Chimo coughed, and his face turned red. The most handsome one. Even Cheng Yaojin was interested. Heavy cavalry pays attention to weight. With extremely high defense, mobility, and fully armed armor, they will attack the enemy's battle formation. First of all, physical fitness. Let me ask you, if your physical fitness is not up to par, how long can you wear 50 kilograms of heavy armor? Cheng Chimo thought for a while and said, "About 2 hours. I estimate that within 2 hours on the battlefield, I should be able to carry 50 kilograms of heavy armor and wear 100 kilograms of heavy armor at most." And I heard that General Cheng Yaojin and General Yuqi of the Tang Dynasty are fierce generals who can carry 50 kilograms of heavy armor. Zhang Feng was speechless when he heard that. 50 kilograms of heavy armor for 2 hours? Zhang Feng did not know that Cheng Chumo was flattering his father, but Zhang Feng was still very impressed. Wouldn't you be crushed to death if you wore 50 kilograms of heavy armor? That was really awesome. Zhang Feng gave him a thumbs up and said speechlessly, "Awesome." I, Zhang Feng, can only say that this stupid method is awesome. Cheng Yaojin's face turned green. "Brother, this Cheng Yaojin is the person I admire the most. Can you? Fine. Zhang Feng was almost suffocated. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Only then did he crawl out from the crook of Cheng Yaojin's arm. As if he had just survived a calamity, he said, "Heavy cavalry. It's not about how thick the armor is or how much weight is needed to carry. On the contrary, heavy cavalry does not need such heavy armor at all. Only the simplest Mingguang armor of the Tang Dynasty is enough." Chapter 328. Heavy cavalry doesn't need heavy armor? You, Zhang Feng, don't know how to spell death. If this is on the battlefield, I'm afraid that after a round of charge, the heavy cavalry will only be left with batches of horses. However, Zhang Feng continued, "I know you have concerns in your hearts, but I'll tell you the purpose of the heavy cavalry, and you'll understand. First of all, the heavy cavalry. I think you all understand, so I won't talk about it for the time being. Then I'll talk about my teaching philosophy." Zhang Feng was terrified. Under Cheng Yaojin's raised hand, he hurriedly stopped talking about the heavy cavalry. People in this era could still distinguish these types of soldiers. First of all, they don't need heavy armor. On the contrary, they can carry more heavy equipment, such as strong crossbows, Turkic javelins, and so on. These are all acceptable. Think about it. If they're all dressed like iron balls, then are they going to war? Or are they resistant to beatings? Hearing this, Cheng Yaoji nodded as if he understood. You're right. In our army, the heavy cavalry is basically responsible for the impact of the enemy's formation, but the archers are generally very precious. Do you mean to equip the archers into heavy cavalry? No. Zhang Feng shook his head. Then what do you mean? Strong crossbows and javelins. Aren't these the equipment that only archers have? Cheng Yaojin couldn't accept it. He had been a soldier all his life. How could the training of an archer be comparable to that of a silly heavy cavalry? To put it bluntly, the heavy cavalry was a group of strong men riding big horses to charge the enemy's formation. Why would they need these things? A long spear for each person and a modeo for each person was the equipment of all the cavalry in the Tang dynasty. As for the difference between heavy cavalry and light cavalry, it was not so obvious. They only needed to throw away the armor, change the armor, and remove the protective gear on a warhorse, and basically become a light cavalry. How could there be so many rules? Feng, this is the new soldier's teaching material you prepared? Cheng Yaojin asked doubtfully. Yeah, Zhang Feng shrugged. I told you that you don't understand. Don't ask if you don't understand. Are you confused now? Cheng Yaojin was about to go crazy. He looked at Zhang Feng with eyes full of danger, as if saying, Can you *King say it all in one go? Zhang Feng only glanced at it once before he hurriedly shrank his neck and continued. Actually, this is my teaching philosophy. The combination of cavalry and crossbowmen can strengthen the advantage of long-range shooting. Think about the strong crossbows of the Tang dynasty. They can accurately shoot the enemy within 200 meters, but cavalry doesn't need to shoot so accurately. As long as there is a round of cavalry shooting, it can intimidate the enemy. It doesn't matter if we kill the enemy or not. We just need to intimidate them with our aura. As for the real killing of the enemy, let's welcome the light cavalry. At this point, Cheng Chumo finally understood a little. What you're saying is that the heavy cavalry is just for show on the battlefield, running away after acting tough. Zhang Feng choked on his food. You can understand it that way. It's very awesome and very powerful. As for the specifics, you'll understand later. If cavalry is so fun, why the *CK did I introduce so many of them? When the time comes, you'll cry. Chun Tiniu. Brother, tell me about the light cavalry. And that assassin of idiot Wei, what's the new function of that? Zhang Sun couldn't sit still anymore. He slapped Cheng Chumo to the side and was about to sit next to Zhang Feng, but under Cheng Yaojin's gaze, he could only squat next to Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng felt a little smug. He patted Zhang Suan's head and said, Don't be impatient. Listen to me slowly. Everyone's forehead was full of black lines. For this matter, we have to start with the heavy cavalry. After all, the cavalry's archery is only a deterrent to make the enemy mistakenly think that we're constantly charging. And to be the best of the best, we'll definitely be heavily targeted by the enemy. So at this time, it's time to show the importance of the heavy cavalry. Shield. This thing, you're all familiar with it, right? As long as there's a shield, it can block the attack without hindering the coordination of the body. And at the moment of the enemy's attack, it can use the shield formation to temporarily form a battle formation. This is a test of the flexibility of the heavy cavalry. But there's an important factor in this, and that is the leader of the heavy cavalry who becomes the target. If you, Tiniu, want to become such a person, you must coordinate all the strength in your body. Besides bearing weight, you must be more flexible in using your strength. This way, your brothers won't die in vain to protect you. The heavy cavalry that I want only has 3 requirements. As long as you can pass, then congratulations on the battlefield. You'll become the most beautiful child. First, coordination, perfect cooperation, and orderly discipline. Second, take off the heavy armor, put on the light armor, and put on a shield. You only need to know that on the battlefield, you'll be a mad bull, and you'll be finished. Third, if you want to become the leader of this group of madmen, you must perfectly satisfy the first two requirements. Chintiniu, you still want to become the most beautiful child on the battlefield? Become the heavy cavalry I mentioned? Chapter 329. How could Ching Chimo not think about it? As a military family, his dream was to surpass his father's existence. He wanted to use his own fist to create his own career. He did not want to rely on his father's halo to pass his days in a daze. He was already sick of it. However, his father was not stupid. He was just pretending to be stupid. This was the only way for the Chung family to prosper. This was also the rule of being an official. He must not leave any evidence for the emperor and the other civil and military officials to use against him. Otherwise, that little bit of evidence could become a fatal blow. This was the reason why Qing Chumo was so excited when he heard that Zhang Feng wanted to teach him about the heavy cavalry. Originally, he was in despair. Even if he knew, his father would not let him join the army. As for his official career, forget it. In Cheng Yaojin's words, their ancestors were not people who held a pen. However, he did not know what happened in the end. He actually agreed to change the song, which could be considered as tacit approval of his wish to join the army. This caused Cheng Chumo's heart, which had already been extinguished, to burn once more. Zhang Sun was the same. He also wanted to join the army. However, it was also because of his status as a duke that he could not breathe under the pressure. However, after knowing the emperor's tacit approval, how could he not be excited? At this moment, after hearing that the heavy cavalry was so awesome, how could he sit still? He asked impatiently, "Brother, you are the savior of my insect. Tell me, what is this light cavalry? How is it different from the current light cavalry?" Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "There is really no difference." "What?" Zhang Sun exploded. Cheng Chumo smiled. Zhang Sun saw that Zhang Feng was deep in thought. He took the opportunity to pick up a wine jar from the ground and smashed it on Cheng Chumo's head. This time, Cheng Chumo finally quieted down. "Brother, think about it carefully. If you really teach me this skill, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or swim in a sea of fire, I will repay you." "Fengzi, just say it." "You see, Cheng Tai, you are already so awesome. You can't." Zhang Sun stopped thinking about what Zhang Feng was thinking. He could not help but ask suspiciously, "Brother, are you bragging? Who the F***CK is bragging about this?" Zhang Feng was annoyed. "Let me tell you something. If it's the light cavalry, then there is a way to differentiate it. But since you're so anxious, I think of something. Light cavalry should be light and easy to catch the enemy off guard." Zhang Feng had only combined the war horses of this era. However, when Zhang Sun asked, he did not know what to do. However, when he saw Chan Tiniu smiling, he instinctively picked up a wine jar from the ground and smashed it on Chen Tiniu's head. Instantly, Zhang Feng thought of his soldier class. Who the F***CK said that light cavalry has to be a cavalry? Who the F***CK dares to say that? I really want to chop him up. Special forces. This profession was very suitable for this guy. There was no choice. This guy was too active and agile. Such a person was suitable for fishing in troubled waters. Cough, cough. It was not fishing in troubled waters. It was taking advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Chong, I only have one thing to say. If you think it's okay, then this matter is settled. If you don't think it's okay, then follow Tine Yo. Say it. Who the F***CK is as reckless as him? Lao Tzu. That please say it." Zhang Sun said excitedly. However, when he raised his head and saw Cheng Yaojin staring at him, he trembled and quickly changed his words. Zhang Feng could tell that although this group of people was usually sloppy, they would have their own opinions when faced with a real problem. Zhang Feng could not help but say, "I once had an idea. It's an experience I summarized from the 18 Steeds of Yin. You all know about the 18 Steeds of Yin, right? Let's not talk about it now." At that time, this unit was feared by everyone. What did they rely on? On one hand, it was their excellent equipment. On the other hand, it was their undefeated discipline and military quality. However, in the end, they still declined and were even wiped out. However, at that time, this unit was feared by everyone. How'd they get wiped out in the end? I won't talk about the reasons for this for now. I'll just talk about one point. They're a spirit that roams outside the battlefield. They don't care about victory or defeat. They only care about the mission. They're like spirits. Anyone who dares to stand in their way will perish under their iron hooves. They only care about whether their target is dead or alive. They only care about whether the mission can be completed in the shortest time possible. What do you think will happen to this unit? This, Cheng Yaojin and Du Go, who was taking notes with chalk, were stunned. Spirit unit. What was that? A unit that did not care about victory or defeat. They only cared about the mission. What did that mean? The 18 steeds of Yin Yun. What was that? They cannot not know. When the 18 steeds of Yin Yun was mentioned, Cheng Yaojin stood up in shock. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, Brother Zhang Feng, are you saying that you want to create a unit of the 18 steeds of Yin Yun? No, I want to create a unit that can fight in any terrain and any environment. Bug, do you want to go? Chapter 330. Should he go? Zhang Sun remained silent. Cheng Chumo was about to say that he wanted to go, but Cheng Yaojin stopped him with a look. As an experienced general and the senior of this group of youths, he knew their abilities like the back of his hand. Cheng Chumo was suited to charge around recklessly. Zhang Feng's arrangement was right, but Zhang Sun, even though he had been imitating Zhao Zilong's style of training, he wouldn't have stopped Zhang Feng if he had followed Zhao Zilong's style of training. However, the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun was already a legendary battle formation training method. From the rise of the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun to its fall, no one had been able to replicate the training method of this troop. Did Zhang Feng really have a way? Luo, he was dead. This method was completely lost. Could it be that Zhang Feng really had such a method? This was what shocked Cheng Yaojin the most. Luo, he had relied on the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun to be able to move around like a fish in water. However, he was also someone that no one dared to mention. In the first year of Jingguan, Luo, he rebelled, and his 18 Steeds of Yin Yun was destroyed. No one dared to mention this part of history, and no one dared to imitate it. However, Zhang Feng actually suggested such a method. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but hesitate. Brother Zhang Feng, do you really know the training method of the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun? How did you know about this? Zhang Feng shook his head when he saw Cheng Yaojin's serious expression. I don't know the training method of the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun. It's just an example. This isn't funny. Do you know the grudge between this person and the Emperor? You can talk about the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun here, but don't mention it in front of outsiders. If someone with ulterior motives were to hear this, you would be labeled as a traitor. I know. I'm not stupid. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Of course, he knew how powerful the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun was. The reason he had brought this up was because the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun was comparable to the special forces he was going to train. Furthermore, they were quite familiar with the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun, so they could understand it better. That was all. Zhang Feng's head was not hard enough. He was not willing to use his head to touch the taboo of the Tang dynasty. This is just an example. Don't worry too much. I can guarantee that the people I train will only be more powerful than the 18 Steeds of Yin Yun. You only need to remember this. As for the light cavalry, forget it. It's more appropriate to call the people I train the special forces. From individual combat to joint combat, every one of them can quickly split up to become the strongest individual soldier. They can also instantly combine together to become a team of human bulldozers. What do you think? Insects, do you dare to come to the special forces to play? At that time, you will be able to fight alongside Iron Bull again. I'll do it, as long as you dare to teach, and Lao Li doesn't object. Insects will do it. Zhang Feng nodded and added, "Oh right, this is also my test for your sister. I will only teach the few of you for now. As for the others, that is the homework I gave you. If any of your subordinates don't learn well and don't get a passing score, you will be punished together with them. Also, dating, you have to participate too." Du Go was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me? I didn't say I was going to the battlefield. I'm just here to learn. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. You? I'm just asking you. Do you want to learn what I teach? Yes. Dugo nodded stubbornly. Then that's it. Since you want to learn, then learn everything. I don't expect you to be as awesome as Iron Bull or insects, but at the very least, you must be able to King arrange troops and let them live well. In all my teaching principles, Yuligan, Idiot Way, Insect, Iron Bull, and none of them can be missing. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Feng continued. Do you know why I told Lao Li to open this academy? Could it be that your time is up? Ching Chumo asked doubtfully. Zhang Feng was instantly enraged. CKU, you're asking for a beating. Ching Chumo scratched his head and said, Didn't Lao Li and the others say that you have been cultivating in that place for 5,000 years? CK off. Can't Lao Tzu act cool? CKU. Zhang Feng was depressed again. He slammed the table angrily and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. When the time comes, you will be able to enter the imperial court with me as officials. If you do well, I will also be proud, right? Most importantly, you are now entering the imperial court for merchants. If you don't have some skills, do you think you can establish yourself in the imperial court? Do you think you can be like me? I'm giving you a chance. Are you stupid? Most importantly, Ligan has learned a lot, and his knowledge is too broad. So on the battlefield, I am assured that he will be the commander. De Bing will be the strategist. As for, what about Idiot Way? What will he do? Dugo asked. At this moment, they finally understood why Zhang Feng would make such arrangements. This method, even with their current status, would give them a chance to challenge those old fogies in the imperial court after they were conferred titles on the battlefield. Because all they had was a single word. Everything. 2 words. A wide range of knowledge. From mathematics to economics to war planning and so on, they were in charge of everything. However, there seemed to be one person missing. Idiot Wei. Chapter 331. As for Wei Shuyu, Zhang Feng didn't know why everyone called him Big Idiot. Although he looked rash, he didn't look like an idiot. He was Old Wei's son. Old Wei looked so smart. Could it be that this was the gene saying that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? Zhang Feng couldn't make sense of it. However, after interacting with this group of people for so long, he more or less understood the situation. Big Idiot Wei was really suited for the path of assassination. Lao Li actually dared to let him be his personal bodyguard. That night, he actually climbed up my roof without me knowing. From that moment on, I knew that this guy was good at the path of assassination. Then, what kind of awesome assassination technique have you mastered? Dugo was eager to give a try. Zhang Feng was speechless. He looked at Dugo as if he was looking at an idiot. I think Big Idiot Wei shouldn't be called an idiot. I think you're the real idiot. You're a pig. If I knew a little, would I be beaten by you guys like a rubber ball? Dugo didn't care that he was being looked down upon by Zhang Feng. Instead, he wanted to know more about the path of assassination. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but ask, Feng Zi, the path of assassination you're talking about is... Zhang Feng drank a mouthful of wine. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and narrowed his eyes at the door. Cheng Yaojin knew that Zhang Feng was about to show off. He glared at Dugo. What are you standing there for? Quickly write down every word for Lao Tzu. If you dare to forget a word, you will suffer when we return. Dugo was terrified. He shrunk his neck, dipped it in ink, and waited for Zhang Feng to open his mouth. Zhao Ku wears a beard tassel. Wugo shines like frost and snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, valiant like a shooting star, killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Leisurely, Xian Ling drinks, unsheathing his sword and crossing his knee. He would beat Zhu Hai with his scorch, and persuade Hoing to win with his spear. After 3 cups of wine, the 5 sacred mountains are light. After the blurry eyes and hot ears, high spirits are born. To save Zhao, wielding a golden hammer, Han Dan is first shocked. 2 heroes of 1,000 years, standing at the top of Daliang City. Even in death, the heroic bones are fragrant, not ashamed of the heroes of the world. Who can compare to you? The white-headed Taishan Sutra? This, Cheng Yaojin was shocked. Dugo was aghast. Zhang Sunchong and Cheng Chumo were so excited that their blood was boiling. 10 steps to kill a person. 1,000 li unstoppable. This is a damn chivalrous hero. F*CK. Why was it Big Idiot Way? Why wasn't it Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu also wanted to settle his grudges so quickly. Everyone roared in their hearts. Zhang Feng's poem reflected a kind of artistic conception. No matter who it was, they would be deeply attracted by the artistic conception within the poem. Repaying kindness and enmity as one pleases, this is the true path of a real man. Brother Zhang Feng, what is the name of this poem? Dugo was a little choked up. Previously, he was indeed very resistant and despised the vulgarity of the soldiers. However, when this poem was recited, it instantly reminded him of the poem recited by Zhang Feng and Zhang Feng's line. If there's nothing else, let's go out for a walk. At this moment, he finally understood. This poem, let's call it Chivalrous Journey. Zhang Feng's voice was incomparably bleak. Originally, he wanted to leave this poem for himself. After activating the system, he wanted to inscribe a poem on the city walls of Chang, unlikely tie by, and then leave in a carefree manner. However, that damned system had not been activated yet. Moreover, he had a goal. For example, he wanted to become the emperor equal to the emperor and then watch the whole world become the territory of the Tang dynasty. When that time came, wouldn't it be even more enjoyable to be carefree? He wouldn't have to worry about being harassed to death. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a concubine on his left and a zither on his right, and carry a group of wives and concubines around the world with a poem and a carefree manner? Therefore, he didn't want to waste his breath just now. He directly recited the poem. After all, he didn't know if Li Bai's mother had given birth yet. Borrowing his poem could be considered as promoting him. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly came back to his senses. This was a F*King digression. I originally prepared this poem for myself. Let me say this first. If anyone dares to say that Lao Tzu is about to ascend, when the time comes, Lao Tzu's training will be doubled. Hearing that, Sanhua, who was about to say something, quickly covered his mouth. Zhang Feng then said, "But I still want to say it first. It's a kind of encouragement for you guys. Life is a war. How you can win this war depends on how you plan. And each of you has mastered different skills. I don't know if it's God's will, but each of you is very weak individually. But if you work together, then in the future, you will definitely become the most beautiful children of the Tang dynasty." As for Shu Yu, he is an assassin who lives in the shadows. Although I don't have the ability to teach him the art of assassination, and of course, I don't have such awesome skills, I can teach him to become the most awesome person in this field. He will also be the biggest trump card when your lives are in danger in the future. No matter in terms of speed or anything else, he is 100 times better than you. You should know this, right? Zhang Feng asked. They patted their heads and nodded. A fierce man who can drink half a jar of alcohol and not die? I don't think I deserve it. Chapter 332. On this matter, all of them admitted defeat. Previously, they did not recognize that it was alcohol and thought that Wei Shiyu had a high alcohol tolerance. But after knowing that it was alcohol, everyone worshipped Wei Shiyu as a god. Even the emperor was shocked. Such a god. Cheng Chumo and the others were full of admiration for Zhang Feng's arrangement this time. Think about it. She was fine with alcohol. What about them? They probably did not even dare to drink. Looking at Dugo, this guy only drank a bowl and was drunk for a day. How could they compete? Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard. Seeing that Dugo had more or less remembered everything, he stood up. Feng Zi, since this thing has come out, let's go back and tell Laoli about it. We'll make preparations here. All right, don't run around if you have nothing to do. Laoli is afraid that something will happen to you. Also, don't waste your ability. After saying that, Cheng Yaojin put down a string of money and left. He left in a carefree manner. However, Zhang Feng seriously suspected that this guy was insulting him, but he did not have any evidence. After finishing the matter here, Dugo poured a bowl of alcohol and came to Zhang Feng's side. He said, "Brother Zhang Feng, my admiration for you can be said to be like the rivers and lakes of the sea. If you have something to fart, just say it." Zhang Feng looked at Dugo suspiciously and said directly, "That." Dugo rubbed his hands and said, "You also saw it. My small body can't withstand such torment. So, I think I'll just settle this business at the back. Isn't that good enough? Why do I have to go to the battlefield? I'm a scholar. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go to the battlefield?" Inappropriate. Zhang Feng stared. "You think I'm joking? From the beginning, I said that if you can't afford to play, then get lost. Who was the one who pestered me to learn something? And last night, who was the one who forced me to drink to the point of death to trick me?" Zhang Feng remembered everything. It could also be said that although he was drunk, his mind was clear. Every single one of them was King good stuff. Each one was worse than the other. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes on a hot night, he might have even revealed his crotch cloth. Now he was begging for mercy. Although Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong did not understand Zhang Feng's intentions, Dugo did. This was using official power for personal gain. However, Zhang Feng's words were so extravagant and awesome that the two idiots were already kicking each other in excitement. Who the hell would know that this was a scheme set up by Zhang Feng? They were already in the military. As for training, could it be that Zhang Feng could play them to death? But Dugo was different. This guy was a bookworm. With Zhang Feng doing this, he would be done for in a matter of minutes. Thus, he strongly protested that he did not want to go to the military. But at this moment, the two idiots on each side of Dugo said, "Brother, do you know what it means to enjoy blessings together? Can't you see that this is a chance Fengzi is giving us? He's combining all the things we're good at. This way, we can be good brothers for life. Tell me, what can you do by staying in your room and playing with those stupid books all day? Why don't you come with us to the military camp? That's a good place to earn military credits. Once you have enough credits, you'll be promoted. Won't that be a matter of minutes? Besides, even Li Gan wants to go. What are you afraid of? Do you think you're more awesome than Brother Gan, Debing?" Dugo wanted to cry. He wanted to beat these two idiots to death. Why did the things he learned on a daily basis not work at this time? Seeing this, Zhang Feng also started egging him on. "That's right. Debing, you're too weak. Think about it. If it weren't for those soldiers at the border, do you think you could do academic research in peace? Let me tell you another poem. Smoke rises in the desert. The sun sets in the Yellow River. Can you see such a scene in Chang'an? Think about all the poems I mentioned before. Think about it, that scene. Taste it. Taste it carefully. Do you want to be a coward who's been protected since young and hide in your books? Or do you want to personally witness the rise of the Tang dynasty? Taste it. Taste it carefully. Well, Tainyo Chong, let's go. Let's go find a carpenter and let this idiot think about it. At the same time, watch the door." All of a sudden, Zhang Feng had completely fooled Dugo. At this moment, he was stunned. In the end, he was like a wooden sculpture, stunned. Zhang Feng happily pulled Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun out of the door. As soon as they went out, they were startled by the glaring sunlight. For the first time, Zhang Feng felt that this wasn't too bad. Life is like a drama. It's all about acting skills. "Fengzi, why are we going to find a carpenter? Fix the door? Why don't we just replace this broken door with a new one?" Cheng Chumo scratched his head in confusion. Zhang Feng slapped the back of Cheng Chumo's head and shouted, "Lao Tzu, this door has a grudge with your Chun family. Today, you have to replace it with a sturdy one. If it's broken in the future, I'll blame it on you. Also, when did I say that I'm looking for a carpenter to fix the door? Chapter 333. Then why did we come out?" Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng curiously. But when he saw the wretched look on Zhang Feng's face, he suddenly understood. "Are you going to see Miss Jing Shu? Get lost. I'm not that perverted. Ghost. Now tell me, last night, did you?" Zhang Sun gave him a knowing look. Zhang Feng wanted to beat him up. "Damn you. Is Lao Tzu such a shameless person? Do you think everyone is as impatient as Iron Bull? Even if Lao Tzu wants to do that, he has to be romantic. Otherwise, he doesn't deserve his status." Zhang Feng also began to brag. Cheng Chumo was not having it. He pointed at his nose and asked, "Bro, what does this have to do with me? You're ugly. Get lost, stinky bug. You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. All right, could it be that you're not here to see Miss Jing Shu, but to see Miss Zhang?" The two idiots couldn't help but show a gossipy look. Zhang Feng wanted to beat them up. F*CK off. F*CK off. I just want to come out and take a walk. Mother Ker. Why is your head full of women? Lao Tzu is a scholar. That's not right. Cheng Chimo was the first to lose it. He wanted to stir up trouble, but he was blocked by Zhang Feng first. That's enough. All of you stop talking nonsense. I came out this time to think about how to quickly get the teaching tools ready. When the time comes, all of you annoying fellows should get the hell out of the school as soon as possible. I'll get the old scholar to teach you. Wait. Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and asked, You mean let the old scholar teach us? What can he teach us? Zhang Feng glanced at the two of them. He won't teach anything, just the rules. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will be annoyed by your sloppy behavior. Zhang Feng was not good at teaching, but there was someone else who was good at it. The old scholar. Although he didn't know how to teach people, at least he knew a little about etiquette. Before teaching them, he had to smooth out their edges. This would be helpful for their future development. They were like a sword now, a sword full of killing intent. If he didn't let them hide their edge first, damn it, in less than 3 months, he would definitely be on the same level as those teachers. He trampled 20 years old. He didn't want to go bald. So, he thought of the old scholar. Although the old scholar rejected him previously, Zhang Feng was confident that he could fool him again, and he would take the initiative. He was a scholar. Don't they all like those poems and songs? In any case, he had already memorized the 18 strokes of Hygge. What was there to be afraid of in the future? This was good stuff. Kai Wenji's posthumous work, even if he took it out now, there would be scholars going crazy. As long as he waved it in front of the old scholar's eyes, the old scholar would definitely come. What's more, once the old scholar learned how to play it, he would be able to bring Miss Jingshu over and have her teach this group of loafers. That would be a wonderful thing, as long as he said it a little pretentiously. He, Zhang Feng, believed that no one would not want to learn. After all, life was just a show. What did it depend on to appear? It was frivolity. No, there was one more person. Miss Zhang. He had to get her too. Washing clothes, cooking, serving tea, etc. He had to serve her. Otherwise, wouldn't he be letting himself down? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. His smile was so cheap. Iron Bull, look at this guy. Is he thinking of women? Look at his smile, it's frivolous. Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng with infinite disdain. Cheng Chimo also looked at Zhang Feng and subconsciously leaned back. Let's stand further away, this guy is probably in heat. On the other side, in the Zhang residence. At this time, Ms. Zhang Yao, was listening to the maid Chui talk about the Yanlai restaurant. Her eyes were filled with shock. Chui, do you think that young Master Zhang and that Jingshu, when the time comes for me to marry into their family, will I be the official wife? Miss, what are you thinking? I heard from the people in Yanlai restaurant that young Master Zhang is a big idiot. People enter Yanlai restaurant to do that, but he just stood in the hall in a daze. He's also amazing, breaking all of Jingshu's zither songs. So, under a freak combination of factors, this happened. It's also that group of stubborn and hateful people. They knew that the son-in-law didn't know anything, but they still brought him to that kind of brothel. Miss, do you want to write a letter to let Prince Zhang stay away from those stubborn people? Chui, Zhang Yuyao's cheeks were red. She glared at Chui and said shyly, You also know that young Master Zhang is a little slow on this matter. Maybe after those stubborn people do this, Prince Zhang will be enlightened. Okay, miss, I was worried that you would take things too hard. You're so shameless. Chui was anxious. She went up and played with Miss Zhang. While the two were playing, Cheng Yaojin's servant, Old Ning, personally came to the Zhang residence's door. Chapter 334. Old Ning came to visit, and he didn't have a famous visiting card, which was not common in the business circle. The status of the merchants in Great Tang was extremely low, and the Zhang clan was no exception. Today, when the attendant saw the other party, he could tell from the other party's eyes, the calluses on his hands, and his attire that the other party was a soldier. How could Zhang Shan, the patriarch of the Zhang family, not see this? Just when he saw the way the man walked, he understood everything in an instant. The purpose of this man's visit was not simple. Is it because of the jade hairpin? Thinking of this, Zhang Shan looked a little nervous. He looked at old Ning and hurried to greet him. Brother, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Zhang Shan cupped his hands and was about to greet him. Old Ning was not a reserved person. After Zhang Shan greeted him, he nodded and said, I'm also here on the order of the patriarch. I'm just here to have a look. Hearing this, the Zhang family, who had been trembling with fear, became more confused. The visitor was obviously a soldier. If he was not here for the jade hairpin, what was he here for? But at this time, they couldn't figure it out. Since it was not a bad thing, they dismissed the women and led old Ning into the living room. After serving tea, old Ning said, I've heard that there is a strange woman in the Zhang family. My master wanted to visit her in person, but he was busy, so he sent me here with a gift. Zhang Shan was confused. What does this mean? Gift? What is there to celebrate? Could it be that son-in-law? Zhang Shan was also a clever person. He hurriedly took a red sandalwood box with both hands. Old Ning then said, I know you are confused. My master and Zhang Feng call each other brothers. This gift was originally for Zhang Feng, but that guy is also an interesting person. He said that there was no need for gifts between brothers, so he refused the gift. But my master is also very curious about Zhang Feng's future-in-law, so he sent me here to have a look and to know the family. That brat is an unreasonable person. Although he is very talented, his character is too stubborn. He has never accepted ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have earned a lot from Zhang Feng. However, such a young man is rare. Old Ning followed Cheng Yaojin's instructions and learned about Zhang Feng's ability from Cheng Yaojin. Only then did he praise Zhang Feng. This was not a big deal. The most important thing was that Cheng Yaojin was afraid that Zhang Feng's matter today would cause the Zhang family to misunderstand. So he asked him to clean up after Zhang Feng. It could also be considered as a way to find out what the Zhang family was up to. However, after hearing old Ning praise Zhang Feng, Zhang Shan instantly lost his composure. He was so excited that he scolded the servants to serve good tea and good dishes. He also sincerely sighed that the Zhang family was blessed. The Zhang family's only daughter could marry a literati. That was also the Zhang family's 8 generations of good fortune, and so on. After getting Zhang Shan's guarantee, old Ning and Zhang Shan sat at the table and drank to their heart's content. During this time, Zhang Shan made an exception and let Zhang Yuyao come out to personally pour a bowl of wine for old Ning. When old Ning saw Zhang Yuyao, his eyes widened. He excitedly hugged the wine jar and drank a jar of wine. After that, he took out a piece of jade from his arms, smacked his lips, and put it in Zhang Yuyao's hand. I'm a rough person. This jade was obtained by my master in the outer region and was given to me. Although it is not a valuable thing, it is the first time we meet today. Take it as a meeting gift from me, old Ning. Zhang Yuyao respectfully accepted it and bowed. Thank you for the gift, senior. Ha 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 ha. You can just call me old Ning. My master and Zhang Feng call each other brothers. You will be Zhang Feng's wife in the future and Zhang Feng's legal wife. You can't call me senior. A legal wife made Zhang Yuyao and Zhang Shan feel much more at ease. The matter of Jingshu had already caused a stir in Chang'an City. How could I not know? Although this matter was covered up tightly, it was all seen by the neighbors. How could Zhang Shan not be worried when the news reached the Zhang residence in private? Although the daughter of the Zhang family knew some zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, how could she be compared with the talented girl who made the whole Tang dynasty go crazy? But at this time, the arrival of this mysterious person made Zhang Shan feel relieved. In addition, this person's arrival also meant that this marriage was settled. Although Zhang Shan had heard of Zhang Feng's reputation before, it was basically a lazy person who ate and ate. Although he was a little talented, could that be eaten? Now look, not to mention whether that thing could be eaten, judging from the person he knew who could send a person from the army to visit him. This guy seemed to be doing well. And that piece of jade, although it was for his daughter, at a glance, he knew that it was definitely worth more than 10 taels of silver. Mutton fat jade. This thing was not something that an ordinary family could take out. Could it be that Zhang Feng's future son-in-law was really lucky and had a relationship with a rich official? After drinking with old Ning for a while with a heavy heart, old Ning left with a satisfactory answer. Zhang Shan stroked the beard on his chin and carefully opened the delicate wooden box under the nervous gazes of Zhang Yuyao, Madame, and Zhang Shan. However, when Zhang Shan saw the thing inside, his eyes could not help but shrink violently. Under the surprised eyes of the two women, Zhang Shan took a deep breath and said in a dignified voice, "Today's matter, no one can spread it. Just take it that the future son-in-law sent someone to visit Wang Yuyao." Chapter 335. Everyone was dismissed. It was rare that Zhang Shan did not even do any business today. He sat alone in the study, staring at the wooden box in his hand in a daze. "Father." After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yuyao's voice slowly appeared in the study. Yuyao was wearing a light yellow gown. She had a pair of big eyes and the red lips she inherited from her mother. Everything about her was so seductive. Yuyao's mother was a Huji. When Zhang Shan was young, he was a slave of a rich family. Because he was good at making snacks, the old lady in the family liked him very much. That was why he was given the surname Zhang. When he reached the age of marriage, the old lady found a beautiful Huji and gave her to Zhang Shan. She also removed Zhang Shan's slave status and rewarded him with 10 taels of silver. He bought some things and started a family. That was how he started this Eastern snack shop. It had been more than 20 years. Zhang Shan had never forgotten the kindness of that family. But today, the thing old Ning sent to him made his heart tremble. That thing was the ornament he had seen several times in the old lady's house. He thought that the general's wife wore an ornament around her waist. At that time, the woman's ornament accidentally fell into Zhang Shan's hands. When it fell, one of the bird wings on the jade pendant was broken. Because of this, he held the ornament and cried in the kitchen for a whole night. The old lady heard his cries, and the servants of the Chung family came to look for him. So, she returned the ornament. It was also at that time that Madame Chung rewarded him with 10 taels of silver. That was why, but today, this ornament appeared again. Then, everything made sense. How many people in Chang, in city, could order soldiers around and call them master from the bottom of their hearts? Other than Cheng Yaojin, Zhang Shan could not think of anyone else. And what did this jade pendant mean? It meant that Zhang Feng, his future son-in-law, was the Chung family's benefactor. If the Duke of the Duke's family could call him brother, then Zhang Shan couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. The only thing he could be sure of was that the Chung clan knew everything about him. Secondly, the Chung clan didn't mention anything about what had happened in the past. This meant that they completely respected Zhang Shan's wishes regarding this marriage. He, Cheng Yaojin, did not ask him to open it immediately. Moreover, he had asked the family general to inquire about it. This meant that Cheng Yaojin was still giving him face. Everything was up to him. Could he make the decision? This matter had been decided long ago. He had never thought of breaking off the engagement. He knew that the foundation of the Zhang clan was that Yu Yao was the only daughter. He only hoped that Yu Yao would be satisfied with this marriage and that she would be happy in the future. That was enough. The reason why he agreed to the old scholar's marriage was mainly because of Zhang Feng's talent. They were both surnamed Zhang. This was the main reason why he had agreed to this marriage. He wanted to let Zhang Feng rely on his reputation, his face, and his family background to be able to see Zhang Feng represent the Zhang family and enter the Zhang family in his lifetime. That would be enough. Zhang Shan looked at Yu Yao's worried face. He took a deep breath and asked, "Yu Yao, in the blink of an eye, you're already 18 years old. You know everything about our family. We were born as slaves. Although we got help from a noble in the end and got rid of our slave status, our household registration was even more despicable. That's why I want to find a better descendant so that you can live the rest of your life without worry. But you also know that the people in Chang and city are either rich second generations or the sons of officials. With our family status, you can only be a concubine. I can't bear to see you go. I can't bear to see you suffer. Father." Yu Yao also cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Zhang Shan sighed and wiped away his tears. "I shouldn't have said these things, but I just want you to know that we didn't have a choice in our birth. So, I'll ask you again. You've heard of Zhang Feng's reputation. You even sent Shui to see him. I've also heard about him. That brat is unkind in reply to your letter. So, I want to ask you one more question. Zhang Feng, are you going to marry me or not? If you're willing, just nod your head. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I'll fight for the title of your first wife. You've also heard what that person said just now. Zhang Feng is an outstanding literary talent. He's favored by a big shot and will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Now, he's having an affair with Jingshu. If you don't mind, even if I have to be shameless, I'll fight for you. Father, I'm willing. Zhang Yuyao cried. She knew what her father wanted. Her father wanted to serve the Zhang family all his life. He wanted to draw the name of an official on the Zhang family's genealogy book. And, for various reasons, Zhang Feng's name had already been engraved in her heart. His poems were the things that accompanied him to sleep every night. How could she not be willing? Although she didn't know what her father was worried about, she knew one thing. Zhang Feng was her husband. What she didn't know was that Zhang Shan was worried that once he stepped into the Cheng family circle, it was destined that his future would not be peaceful. After all, the matter of Guanlong targeting Cheng Yaojin was not over yet. The waiter from Swallow Descent restaurant who came to buy pastries had told him everything. Chapter 336. On the main street of Cheng, Zhang Feng aimlessly took Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun for a stroll. In order not to attract attention, Zhang Feng ordered the two of them to go to a ready-made clothing store to change into something less flashy. Zhang Feng even borrowed an eyebrow pencil from the cosmetic store next to the ready-made clothing store and gave the two of them some simple makeup. But because of the sweat, he touched it with his hand. His entire face was dark. Now, even if Cheng Chumo's father stood in front of him, he might not be able to recognize Cheng Chumo. After strolling through another street, Cheng Chumo sat in front of a stall selling fermented glutinous rice and asked, Fengzi, are we out for a stroll? In any case, we should at least eat something before we leave. It's been 4 hours. What do we eat? My treat? Zhang Feng looked at the fermented glutinous rice stall and simply sat down. Okay, shopkeeper, give me 3 bowls of fermented glutinous rice. Cheng Chumo shouted excitedly and did not forget to shout again. Shopkeeper, it's old fermented rice. The so-called old fermented rice was the local dialect of Cheng. It was the pure taste of aged fermented glutinous rice. Even a woman who did not drink wine would be pressed to the ground by a bowl of fermented glutinous rice. While the shopkeeper was cooking the fermented glutinous rice, Cheng Chumo asked, Fengzi, what are we doing here? Are we inquiring about Yanlai restaurant? Shoo. Zhang Feng made a sound and asked in puzzlement. I want to see if I can find that silly Cheng Chumo. He is the real devil. We inadvertently plucked the flower Jingshu. Now with his temper, won't he turn Cheng and his city upside down? As for Zhang Sun Chong and the others, I find it strange too. These 4 great demon kings, after such a big thing happened, can they really sit still? Zhang Feng's suspicions were not wrong. If the 4 devil kings really knew that the number 1 flower in the capital had been plucked, wouldn't they explode? But now, not to mention Cheng Chumo and the other masters, even those stubborn ones did not appear. Did they all like to appear at night? Zhang Sun looked at Cheng Chumo with a strange expression and said, Tainyo, Fengzi is asking you why didn't Cheng Chumo go crazy and turn Cheng city upside down? F***CK off. It would have been better if Zhang Sun Chong hadn't said anything. Now that Zhang Sun Chong had spoken, Cheng Chumo was instantly enraged. Damn it, Lao Tzu is sitting next to you, and this Jingshu girl, if Lao Tzu did not say anything, who would dare to step on her steps? In a few minutes, Lao Tzu's lifeblood would be plucked out. Moreover, this matter was personally led by Cheng Chumo, who sent Zhang Feng to Jingshu's mouth. He also wanted to give Zhang Feng something that he could take out. In fact, he just wanted to show off in front of Zhang Feng. He wanted to make Zhang Feng suffer. Otherwise, this grandson would be so arrogant all day long. Seeing him show off made him want to beat him up. This time, he did not expect that he would finally be able to show off in front of Bug. He wanted to see Zhang Feng suffer. But he did not expect that, damn it, he really plucked this flower with his own ability. There was no need to say anything. This was all Zhang Feng's ability. But was there a need to mention Cheng Chumo's stubbornness? What did Lao Tzu do to you? All right, Feng Zi. If you came out just for this matter, I advise you to put your heart at ease. This matter, Tainyo's father is involved. This means that no one will dare to mention this matter in the future. Even that bastard Cheng Chumo won't dare to say anything. Really? Zhang Feng looked suspiciously at Cheng Chumo and Zhang's son. He had a feeling that these two guys were up to something, but even if there was no evidence, he simply did not think about it. The fragrant fermented rice, coupled with the soft, glutinous rice balls, greatly increased Zhang Feng's appetite. The three of them widened their eyes as they watched the shopkeeper bring the food over. He blew on the sides of the bowl while taking a deep breath. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of hot air and drank again. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Cheng Chumo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. Fortunately, Zhang Feng did not agree and hurriedly dodged. Cheng Chumo's slap almost pressed Zhang Suin's head into the bowl. Cheng Chumo's sword had caused trouble. He hurriedly said, "Well, after we eat, should we go to Yanlai restaurant and see how Miss Jingshu avoided this disaster?" "Damn it, you still want to go to a brothel?" Zhang Feng's head hurt. Whenever he heard the word brothel, his head hurt. After eating fermented rice, all of you go and work for Lao Tzu. Go and find the best carpenter in Chang'an City for me. Carpenter? When Cheng Chumo and Zhang Feng heard this, they finally understood why Zhang Feng was wandering around Chang'an City. He was looking for a carpenter. But why was he looking for a carpenter at this time? Zhang Feng knew that these two guys were muddle-headed. As he ate the glutinous rice balls, he said, "Pay more attention to the school's matters and put your heart on the right path. Don't think about women all day. When the time comes, won't it be easy to get women? All right, after eating, I'm going back to sleep. If you want to learn, find a carpenter for me. If you don't want to learn, do whatever you want. Don't bother Lao Tzu." The two of them did not know why Zhang Feng was so angry for no reason. In the end, the two of them looked at each other. This guy had sent them away. It was obvious that he wanted to go to Yanlai restaurant. Hee, brother, we understand. Understood. Chapter 337. After sending the two away, Zhang Feng had nothing to do again. Today, the sun was covered by a large dark cloud, so the people on the streets of Chang'an City were more energetic, but the most energetic were the locusts flying all over the sky. Wherever the locusts passed, although it wasn't to say that not even a blade of grass grew, it wasn't much better. On the leaves of the trees on the street, there were large and small holes, as well as the dense locusts lying on them, all of which were the locusts' way of declaring their territory to human beings. Looking at the locusts flying all over the sky, Zhang Feng was not in the mood to think too much. Now, he already had enough troubles. The Zhang family's marriage was already a headache for him. Now, there was another person like Jing Shu. It would be strange if he didn't feel annoyed. Now he did not know whether Granny Wang would be waiting for him on the street. But it was strange. Today he did not see the old scholar, nor did the Zhang family's pastry shop open. It seemed that everything was strange today. While walking aimlessly, Zhang Feng was lost in thought. Unconsciously, Zhang Feng walked onto the streets of the East Market. In an instant, he was almost choked to death by the shouts of hawkers, the pungent smell of sweat, and the unique smell of the bearded merchants from the western region. Zhang Feng did not think about it anymore. After all, things would cross the bridge when they came to it. First, it would be better to see if he could get some baobei from the bearded merchant. After all, since the suppression of the Guanlong group on the waterways in Chang'an was lifted, the business in Chang'an had been booming. At this time, Chang'an was the East Market, which was mostly populated by barbarian merchants or merchants from the Nanzhao Kingdom. The West Market had become some local markets in the Tang Dynasty. Zhang Feng looked at all kinds of people from other regions. Among them, Zhang Feng even saw a man holding a whip and driving a group of girls to sell them as livestock. Although he did it secretly, in the end, he was invited to have tea by the officials. How dare they buy and sell people in the Tang Dynasty, especially in Chang'an? Come, have a cup of tea first. There were also barbarian merchants who were hawking nugget gold, causing Zhang Feng to feel envious. However, When Zhang Feng picked up a piece of nugget gold the size of his head and bit into it, the bitter taste almost made Zhang Feng vomit out the wine he drank last night. Can't you at least make it look more realistic? Damn you, get a rock and smear some gold powder on it. This is a F***king scam. Heartless. Profiteer. Zhang Feng angrily cursed the unscrupulous merchant as he left. Don't look at the innocent and honest barbarian merchants. Their hearts were F***king black, just like them. Who knew how many people he had fooled with his kind face? At this point, Zhang Feng saw exquisite glass products, fur, jade, gems, and the like. With just a glance, he knew that they were fake. Why? Didn't you see that person's shifty eyes? Before he knew it, Zhang Feng had already finished touring the entire East Market. When he was about to return to the small tavern, his gaze fell on a piece of black stuff. A man from the southern Shao kingdom with a headscarf wrapped around his head was sitting cross-legged in front of a stall, taking a nap. On a piece of sheepskin in front of his stall were 3 pieces of black stuff the size of millstones. They were black and emitted a pungent smell. There were even flies and locusts on them. This lazy fellow didn't even intend to clean them up. No one was looking at them. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. What the F***ck was this? This was rubber, and from the looks of it, it was an old rubber. This thing was a bao. Shopkeeper, how much are you selling this pitch-black thing? Zhang Feng suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked calmly while pinching his nose. The merchant was very tanned. His eyes were sunken and his white beard was strung together. He looked very much like a monkey on the mountain. When a middle-aged merchant saw that someone was asking for a price, he instantly stopped dozing off and asked with a licking face, "Sir, have you taken a fancy to our 3 bags? What is this thing of yours?" Zhang Feng pinched his nose and pretended to be confused. "Well, I don't know either. I just saw that he liked it, so I brought it from the southern Shao kingdom. I wanted to try my luck, but no one knows this thing. Stop. I'm asking you, what is this thing?" Zhang Feng also lost his temper. What he was most afraid of now was being long-winded. If anyone dared to be more long-winded than him, he would beat them up in minutes. However, now that something good had appeared, he could only be patient. When the man saw that Zhang Feng had lost interest, he hurriedly said, "This is a kind of resin from the southern Shao kingdom. It's unusually strong. If you smear it on your straw shoes, it will make them exceptionally durable. It's the adhesive used in the southern Shao kingdom to build ships. Stop. How much are these 3 pieces of yours?" As soon as he saw Zhang Feng make a bid, the merchant's eyes instantly burned with passion. He almost knelt down to Zhang Feng. "Seeing that you're from Chang, and I won't ask for much. Just give me 100 strings of coins for these 3 pieces. 100? You F***king really think that Lao Tzu is a pig to be slaughtered?" Zhang Feng was angry. He got up and prepared to leave after cursing. The cursing here instantly attracted 2 yamen runners to maintain law and order. When a merchant saw this, he was instantly scared out of his wits. He hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's trousers and said with a sobbing tone, "Sir, just give me money for the meal. Deal." Chapter 338. Zhang Feng acted like a thief. Under the watchful eyes of all the bailiffs who were in charge of maintaining the order of the market, he carried a sheepskin package the size of a water tank and hurriedly ran back. As he ran, Zhang Feng was like an idiot. His mouth was so wide that it stretched all the way to his ears, not because of anything else, but because he was carrying these 3 lumps of oak resin. He could not help but have a crazy idea in his mind. If he could use these 3 lumps of resin to make rubber and then make them into tires, that would be awesome. This would be the real god of showing off. You can sit in a sedan chair, you can ride a horse. Sure, Lao Tzu did not know how to ride a horse, but Lao Tzu knew how to ride a bicycle. In this era, this toy could be considered as the only one that belonged to me, Zhang Feng, right? As Zhang Feng thought of this, his smile became even more eccentric. When he returned to the tavern, he saw that the door to the tavern had already been fixed. Dugo and the others were nowhere to be seen. Only the old scholar, Granny Wang, Old He, and the others were sitting in the tavern. As for Guzzi and Juzi, they were like loyal guards. They had already hidden at the entrance of the alley. When they saw Zhang Feng return, they hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, you are finally back. You don't know, but my father and the others said that they had found a good date for you. Next month, you will marry that little woman from the Zhang family." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. "Zhuzi, how did you know about this?" Zhuzi sniffled and looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. "Brother Feng, you really don't know?" Zhang Feng's head shook like a rattledrum. Guzi and Zhuzi were a little convinced. "Brother Feng, it's like this. Didn't you break into the brothel last night? Although it's not known to those gossipy women in the market yet, it's only a matter of time before they find out. Therefore, Granny Wang found the old scholar and my father and planned to come to you today to get your birth date and horoscope. Then, I'll give it to you. Wait. How did your father and the others find out? Also, when Lao Tzu went to the brothel, that was to make friends with poetry. Do you understand?" Zhang Feng argued. But what was he supposed to say to these little kids? Annoyed, he put down the tree trunk in his arms and threw it to the two of them. "Hide this well for me. I have great use for it. Don't let anyone know, and don't open it. Do you understand?" Seeing that Zhang Feng was so serious, Guzi and Zhuzi patted their chests loudly. Only then did Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back, turned a corner with a frown, and entered the tavern with his head lowered. As soon as they entered the tavern, Zhang Feng was pulled back by Granny Wang. "Yo, Brother Zhang, you're back. Come, have a seat. I'm here today for nothing else. I'm just thinking that there are a few good hours next month. Why don't we settle this matter and get married next month?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "The date hasn't even been set yet, and you're already thinking about it for me? Andy, who are you?" Although he was already cursing in his heart, Zhang Feng still put on a fake smile and said, "Granny Wang, please have a seat first. We're not in a hurry about this matter. Didn't I say it before? My master once said that I can only get married after I enter the imperial court. Although our parents are no longer around, it won't be too late to talk about it after I ask my master. Don't you think so?" "This matter," the old scholar said with a serious face, "if it was before, this matter would be easy to deal with. But you did such a ridiculous thing yesterday, and now even the Zhang family is asking about it. You tell me, people need face, and trees need bark. All the neighbors know about the matter between you and the Zhang family. Now that where will the Zhang family put their face? Also, have you thought about it? If a woman is rejected by her husband's family, then her life is ruined. Think about it carefully. Do you want reputation or something else? You said you want to ask your master. Fine, this old scholar will ask you. What is your master's name? Where does he live? The old man wants to ask him personally. Does he not want his disciple to get married and bring honor to the family? This old man has never met such a master in his life. The old man wants to ask him if he has ever learned what filial piety is. The old scholar was angry. Zhang Feng was speechless. His master was a figure made up out of thin air. How could he say that? He couldn't say that his master was Confucius, could he? The old scholar would definitely beat him to death if he said that. Old scholar, don't be anxious. My master doesn't have a fixed residence. Since the beginning of this year, he has been preparing to travel overseas. I don't know where he is now, but he said that at the end of the year, he will come back to spend the new year with me and teach me some knowledge about overseas. Zhang Feng could only go against his conscience and make up another lie. But this time, they seemed to have learned their lesson. They ignored Zhang Feng's lies and followed the old scholar's words. First, they gave him the date of birth. He knew a good fortune teller who could secretly give him the date of birth. Then, they would talk about what to do next. At the very least, they had to settle the marriage first. Without any other choice, Zhang Feng could only write down his date of birth. Of course, the date and month were correct. But for the year, he could only push back the date by 20 years. At this point, everyone finally left leisurely. Zhang Feng's body was like a deflated balloon. He looked at the door unfocused and muttered, "This won't do. I have to find a chance to meet this so-called Zhang Yuyao. This matter, why does it seem more and more like a trap to Lao Tzu?" At this point, Zhang Feng suddenly slapped his head. "Damn, I've been tricked. That damn Chintini. You let me see you. Damn it. You want to get me drunk and then bring me to the brothel? Damn it. What kind of brother is this?" A.O. Re. Chapter 339. In the next few days, Zhang Feng's life was relatively peaceful. Even the old scholar who had been forcing him to get married frowned deeply when he saw Zhang Feng. He shook his head and left. Even old he and the others were the same. Not only that, the dog and Zhu Zi seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This made Zhang Feng feel a little uneasy. Lao Li and the others, Chen Tiniu and the others, were also nowhere to be found. It seemed that everyone was very busy at this time. As for Zhang Feng, he was too lazy to be idle. The locusts that filled the sky seemed to be about to cover the sky and the sun. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Looking at the locusts that filled the sky and the trees in Chang and city that were slowly becoming bald, Zhang Feng took the basket and went out. He had a premonition that this would happen, but he did not expect that there would be more locusts than he imagined. In the future, there were all kinds of pesticides that were sprayed on crops. There were locusts for hundreds of years, but there were only a few of them. It was not like this. If the total weight of the people on the street was weighed, it might not be heavier than the total number of locusts in Chang and city. This was the horror of ancient times. The market in Chang and city was on the east side of the Yong and canal of Huitongfang. It was usually open early in the morning, and there was already a sea of people there. After the establishment of the cooperative, the standard of living of the people really improved by more than a little. The market could not help but have more people. Everyone was carrying a basket with their hands behind their backs and strolling around blindly, like a landlord patrolling his own property. Those who did not know would think that these people were the owners of these stalls, but those who knew would know that it was because they had money in their pockets. Burning money. If it was only one or two people, it would be fine. But basically, the people in Chang and city were all like this. It was as if Chang and city was run by someone else. This scene made all the barbarian merchants go crazy. Why? The people of Chang and were really too rich. Every time an empty basket was sent out, the basket would be filled to the brim by the time it came back. They would even talk to people they knew or didn't know from time to time. They would even raise the basket in their hands and wave it in front of your eyes. But today was different. She didn't know if it was because Zhang Feng hadn't gone out for the past few days. In today's market, not only were there fewer people strolling around with their hands clasped behind their backs, even the people selling vegetables had disappeared. Zhang Feng had no idea what was going on. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. After strolling around the market, he didn't even see a single green vegetable. What the hell was this? Could it be that Lao Tzu was out of season? Something's not right. Zhang Feng raised his head in confusion and looked at the scorching sun. It was June, right? What's the problem here? Zhang Feng scratched his head and sat at the fermented glutinous rice paste stall. He woke up the shopkeeper who was dozing off. Manager, a bowl of fermented glutinous rice with eggs. The shopkeeper perked up when he heard that. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Manager, what's wrong with the market? Why is there no more vegetables? Zhang Feng asked the question that had been on his mind. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. Sigh, young man, I could tell that you don't go out often. Look at the sky. Locust, that's right. Punishment from the heavens, disaster from the heavens. Go outside Chang and city and take a look. The mountains are all bare. Where are the vegetables? Now, people outside the city don't even dare to go out. Poor thing. This time, all the farmers are in trouble. Sigh. The shopkeeper didn't mean it, but Zhang Feng was shocked. Shopkeeper, weren't there countless people digging for locusts' eggs early this morning? Why are there so many of them? Zhang Feng had brought up the matter in April or May. At that time, he saw that the people around Chang and had basically turned the surrounding land upside down. How could there be any locust eggs? In the end, the locust eggs became a hot commodity. They had to be imported from Longyu Road, but that was not enough to satisfy the needs of the rich. There was no other reason other than Zhang Feng's statement that this thing could strengthen the sex drive and nourish the kidneys. In an instant, this thing that even chickens despised instantly became a delicacy for the upper echelons of society. The shopkeeper brought over a bowl of steaming hot glutinous rice with eggs inside. He didn't regard himself as an outsider and sat down beside Zhang Feng, saying, That thing has legs. We don't have them here, but he has them elsewhere. Those things live in groups. When they fly, they'll form a huge black cloud. How do you think we can get them here? Sigh. It's already the end of the day, and I've only sold 3 bowls of fermented glutinous rice paste. This business is hard to do. Zhang Feng's face turned serious when he heard that. Just as the shopkeeper said, the locusts around Chong and city had been stopped, but, damn it, Tubo and Tuyuhun couldn't control them. Now that the locusts had exploded, what would happen to Tubo and Tuyuhun? If they didn't treat them now, when the locusts swept through the Tang dynasty, they would have to go back to primitive times to eat grass and tree bark. But this seemed to be a good business opportunity. Chapter 340. Zhang Feng wandered aimlessly around Chong and Street. Most of the things he saw were brown, green, and brownish-yellow locusts. The sky was filled with locusts. In the end, there were so many locusts that people couldn't even move. Zhang Feng, with his head full of locusts, returned to the tavern resentfully. Damn it, it seemed like he couldn't afford to eat vegetables this year. Zhang Feng muttered as he kicked a stone and slowly walked forward. When he finally saw his own tavern, he saw a person sticking his butt out and peeking through the crack in the door. The person was wearing a purple robe. Who else could it be other than Lao Li? Hey, Lao Li, is there something wrong with your eyes? I've already locked the door. Why are you still peeping? Zhang Feng appeared silently behind Li Shimin. His voice scared Li Shimin so much that he almost passed out on the spot. When he turned around and saw that it was Zhang Feng, he patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. I say, kid, can't you make a sound when you walk? You scare me so much. Li Shimin muttered as he urged Zhang Feng to open the door. As soon as they entered, the locusts that filled the sky were blocked outside. Li Shimin said with a worried face, Brother, you saw the locusts that filled the sky. Didn't you say that this thing has been prevented? And last time, didn't you say that the locust plague would only break out next year? Look at this. What should we do? The locusts that filled the sky even affected Li Shimin's back garden, the Imperial Garden, and the Imperial Plantation. How could Li Shimin not be worried? And the Imperial City was not spared either. The locusts that filled the sky and covered the earth were even present in the political announcement hall. This caused the people from the Imperial Astronomer to swindle them again during the morning assembly. The entire assembly was filled with cries and cries. There were all sorts of things, such as calamities descending from the heavens and whatnot. Li Shimin was about to explode from anger. Only then did he come to find Zhang Feng to drink to relieve his boredom. Lao Li, don't be anxious. Why don't you take a look and see if my prediction is accurate? What's there to approve? Li Shimin spread out his hands and glared. This thing is about to eat people. If it continues like this, we'll have to deal with it. What do you think we should do now that the food supply has been affected? Alas, Zhang Feng slowly patted Li Shimin's shoulder. Lao Li, don't rush. Drink a mouthful of wine first to calm your nerves. Look at the emperor. He's not in a hurry. You're just a commoner. Why are you in a hurry? With that little industry of yours, I don't think it's as good as your salt-making skills. What business with Jinla? Or the cooperative? Just one of them is already your total income for the past year, right? What's the hurry? If the industry of Longyu Road is gone, then it's gone. What's money? Money is a bastard. If it's gone, can't we just earn it again? Also, Lao Li, let me tell you a secret. Zhang Feng's casual expression made Li Shimin gnash his teeth. He wanted to punch this guy's face into mush. But he held it in and said speechlessly, What time is it now? Do you still have money? If this continues, it'll be over sooner or later. You don't know. The price of food has doubled now. Even if you said there would be a locust plague, the food you asked me to store won't be enough to last until this time next year. This is not a solution, right? We'll starve to death sooner or later. Li Shimin poured out his grievances. Zhang Feng was alone. This disaster was nothing to him. But Li Shimin was different. He had a big family business. The entire Tang dynasty belonged to his family. Now that this was happening, how could he not be anxious? Millions of people were waiting for him to feed them. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and whispered, Lao Li, this is the time for us to get rich. Let me tell you first, if you want to do it, we'll do it together. If you don't want to, Lao Tzu will do it alone. When the time comes, Don't be jealous. Hearing this, Li Shimin was stunned. He knew Zhang Feng's temper very well. As long as he was being mean, he would definitely say something important. However, as soon as he said something serious, you had to be careful. But now, could it be that this guy was not bluffing but pretending? Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, "You tell me about it?" Zhang Feng leisurely took out a few plums from his bosom. As he ate, he said, "Actually, this method is exactly the same as the one we came up with to control the locusts." Hey, what? The same? I'm afraid you don't know the current situation. At that time, the locusts were still eggs. Everything was easy. Just get a hoe and dig. And with your bluffing skills, you did make a lot of money. But it's different now. With locusts all over the sky, even if you want to bluff, you have to be able to bluff. Look, at that time, the eggs were yellow and shiny. After frying them and biting into them, they were all meat and oil. After coating them with flour, even if people knew, they could still eat them. But who hasn't seen these locusts before? These things have been pests since ancient times. Tell me, if I made these things for you to eat, would you eat them? Li Shimin was speechless. But Zhang Feng mysteriously came out of the kitchen with a dustpan full of fried yellow locusts. He waved his hand at Li Shimin and said, "Laoli, look, what is this?" Chapter 341. When Li Shimin saw this, his hair instantly stood on end. "Brother Zhang Feng, you munch. Under Li Shimin's horrified gaze, Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of grasshoppers and stuffed them into his mouth. The spicy and salt-flavored grasshoppers instantly spread out in Zhang Feng's mouth. Seeing this, Li Shimin's heart pounded again. Fortunately, he had the experience of eating insect eggs before. Although it was a little disgusting this time, Li Shimin managed to hold back and not vomit. However, looking at Zhang Feng eating with relish, Li Shimin couldn't hold back anymore. "Brother Zhang Feng, this you can't eat this. Even if it's valuable, you can't degrade yourself." Degrade himself? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. This thing, in his era, had already become a F** king snack. Wasn't that good? Moreover, it was a snack that was suitable for both young and old. How did this become degrade himself? Zhang Feng threw the dustpan on the table. In an instant, the fried grasshoppers shook in the dustpan, making Li Shimin's hair stand up again. Zhang Feng drank a mouthful of wine happily, then said, "Laoli, come. The insect eggs from last time weren't as delicious as this one. Let me ask you, after eating the insect eggs last time, did you have diarrhea, stomach pain, or any other discomfort?" "No." Li Shimin shook his head and said truthfully, "No." "Isn't that enough? Let me ask you, how's the effect of tonifying the kidney?" "Not bad." Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, "Isn't that enough? Think about it. That thing had such a strong effect when it was young. Think about it. How can the effect of this thing be bad?" Zhang Feng quietly whispered into Li Shimin's ear, revealing a smile that anyone could understand, and said, "Laoli, this thing is good for the kidneys. Aren't you going to try it?" Li Shimin was dumbfounded. "Really? Why would I, Zhang Feng, lie to you? Sigh, old Li. What the F***? When have I ever tricked you?" Zhang Feng was not willing to do that. Glaring at him, he said as he ate, "It's up to you whether you want to eat or not. When the time comes, I will set up a factory in Chang, in every place. I will only process and produce this stuff. Think about it. Lao Tzu said that this stuff can strengthen the sex drive. Think about it. Who wouldn't want to buy it? Even if Lao Tzu says that this thing is worth 10 taels of silver, think about those high-ranking officials and wealthy families. Wouldn't they want it? You know this." Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Was this thing really as magical as Zhang Feng said it was? Li Shimin picked out a relatively small grasshopper from the dustpan, closed his eyes, and threw it into his mouth. But the moment Li Shimin's teeth bit into the grasshopper, his entire expression froze. The taste of salt and pepper, as well as the fresh and crisp taste of the grasshopper, was more delicious than chicken, more tender than rabbit, or even snake meat. This, is it delicious? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimon's shocked expression, then patted Li Shimon's shoulder. Laoli, that's how it is. Last time you also earned a lot from the insect eggs. This time look, the whole sky is filled with them. What is this? This is money flying in the sky. Don't you want to put it in your pocket? Of course I do. But this thing, I said, even if I can accept it now, can the people accept it? Think about it. How do you deal with this thing? Believe it or not, if you throw out a dustpan of grasshoppers, your legs will be broken in minutes. Li Shimin quickly stuffed grasshoppers into his mouth while pointing at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes were wide open. I say, Laoli, you can say that, but this grasshopper, can you eat it slowly? You can even make something like this in your residence? Didn't I give you the secret recipe last time? Why are you snatching it from me? Snatching it is one thing, but why are you insulting me like this? Do you want to keep it all to yourself? Zhang Feng suddenly understood. This guy wants to say that this thing is useless, and then secretly make a fortune? This won't do. Li Shimon's mouth twitched. He glanced at Zhang Feng's suspicious face and said, How can this be? Wasn't I just telling the truth? This thing, I like to eat, but you have to know if the people can accept it. This thing is not only you. Even if it is covered in flour, the people can still see this thing at a glance. It is a grasshopper. You don't have to worry about this. Since I, Zhang Feng, dare to say it, then there's nothing that I, Zhang Feng, can't do. Let me ask you now, do you dare to do it with me? Zhang Feng patted his chest, picked up the bowl of wine, and took a big gulp. Then, he said slowly, Actually, you know the advantages of this grasshopper. It strengthens the body and contains many things that you don't know. Look, what does the grasshopper eat? It eats grass, leaves, and grains, right? This is the essence of grains. Oldly, all you need to do is stand there and shout. This thing can strengthen the sex drive and the body. Eating one gene of it is equivalent to eating one gene of pork. Go and see if this thing is hard to sell or not. Chapter 342. Zhang Feng couldn't possibly tell him that the locusts were high in protein and amino acids. Could he? Even if he said it out loud, Li Shimin could only reply with he. The problem was that he didn't understand. Zhang Feng was also excited. This was a no-cost business. Even if Li Shimin didn't participate, he would still do it. This was a no-cost business. However, Li Shimin wasn't happy about it. He asked, I know about these things. I've eaten the eggs too. It's just as you said. But there are too many of them. You only think about making money, but have you thought about how harmful these things are? Let's not talk about other things. How are we going to catch all of them? As he spoke, Li Shimin pointed at the dense locusts crawling on the paper window and smiled bitterly. Let's think about how to get rid of these things first. Otherwise, I can guarantee that we'll all starve in less than a month. Well, Zhang Feng also realized the seriousness of the problem. He thought about how to get rid of the locusts and came up with 3 plans in an instant. This is His Majesty's business. Let's not worry about it, shall we? Not worry? Li Shimin's eyes were wide open. You say it as if you're not harmed by these things. Let me ask you, where are you going to buy food in a month? What are you going to eat and drink? There will be locusts everywhere. Even if these things are really so good, we can't eat locusts every day, right? Li Shimin's words made sense. Zhang Feng couldn't help but stop eating the locusts. He touched his greasy chin and thought for a while before saying, If it were me, I have 3 ways to get rid of the locust effectively. What ways? Li Shimin hurried over when he heard that. The chicken and duck army was not very reliable now. He had thought about it, but when he saw the dense locust in the Imperial Garden, how many chickens and ducks would it take to finish all of them? This method was definitely a drop in the bucket. I have 3 ideas. Laoli, which one do you want to hear first? Li Shimin frowned. Don't talk about the chicken and duck army. He's not reliable at all. Not a chicken and duck army. Zhang Feng faintly smiled. Now, the chicken and duck army can only be considered as auxiliary troops. Remember my first method well. The first one is to use medicine. Insecticide. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Are you talking about arsenic? Get lost. Zhang Feng's face darkened when he heard that. How many of these do you have? How much can you afford? Even if you can afford it, Let's not talk about whether this thing can poison the locusts to death. I can guarantee that before the locusts are poisoned to death, your head will be chopped off. Can't you use your brain? You can use arsenic on this thing? Do you have money to burn? Or do you want to die? Have you thought about it? Once you use arsenic, I estimate that in no time, more than half of the people in Chong and City will be killed by you. Think about it carefully. Do you want to live, or do you want something else? Li Shimon's face changed abruptly when he heard that. He asked hurriedly, "Then tell me, what should I use this thing?" "Mugwort, plus some other things, realgar powder, and that honey locust. Mix these things with a little bit of pepper and petunia, then boil it into water and spray it out. Even if people accidentally eat it, they will only have a stomachache for a while, and then nothing will happen to them. Moreover, this thing is cheap and can be easily obtained. Tell me, why do you like arsenic so much? Doesn't this harmless thing taste good?" Zhang Feng scolded Li Shimin harshly. The key point was that he was afraid of his grandson. If he really dared to do that, there would be a big problem. Putting aside how long it would take for the locusts to take effect after eating arsenic, as long as they crawled on the food you ate and ate it, wouldn't that be the end of you? He really didn't use his F*** brain. Li Shimin was also scolded by Zhang Feng, as if he had done something wrong. Moreover, he was also carefully thinking about the meaning behind it. He had just casually mentioned the arsenic. Who would dare to use it? It was a controlled item. If anyone wanted to use it, they would have to report it to the authorities. Even if he wanted to use it, he might not be able to get it. Moreover, with the production of this thing, it was impossible to deal with so many locusts. However, Li Shimin only needed to think about the method that Zhang Feng mentioned and instantly knew the price. It was less than 10 copper coins in total. Not only was it not expensive, but those things were everywhere in the mountains and plains. They would never be used up. What was the most important thing? It was harmless to people. That was the most important thing. However, when he thought of Zhang Feng's two other methods, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Brother Zhang Feng, what do you think is the other method?" "What is it?" Zhang Feng stretched out 2 fingers and shook them. "No, there's one more. In fact, I have countless. Which one do you want to hear first?" Li Shimin hurriedly asked. "Then tell me all of them." "Well, all right then. I'll give you a country bumpkin like you. Remember, the second method is fire attack." Chapter 343. Fire attack? Could it be that Zhang Feng really wanted to use fire to burn it down? Wouldn't he burn down the entire Tang dynasty? "Brother Zhang Feng, isn't your method a bit too much? Let's not talk about anything else. Just as Chong and City, wouldn't you burn down Longtu Mountain and Qinling Mountain? Isn't that a bit too much?" What the F***? Zhang Feng was speechless. "I say, Laoli, what are you doing? Am I not giving you an example? I said that if I were the emperor, I would do this. Can you listen to me first?" Fine. I want to see how you plan to burn down a mountain. Then, you will lose your life before you even enter the imperial court." Li Shimin was also interested. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was instantly unwilling. He thought to himself, "Old Li, what the hell do you know?" Although Lao Tzu didn't understand, Lao Tzu had seen in TV dramas and novels about how to prevent fire from locusts. "What do you know?" "Laoli, this is just my guess. As for how the higher-ups will do it, it's not something for us to worry about. Don't get agitated. Aren't we just drinking and chatting? Don't get agitated." Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder, picked up his wine bowl, and clinked it with him. Li Shimin then slowly said, "I'm just worried. If you really do that, then won't you be completely finished? Your talent in this life, won't it be so? Laoli, there's something wrong with you." Zhang Feng pointed at Li Shimin's head and said speechlessly, "Aren't we chatting? Do you think I'm that stupid? Why would I burn it down? What I'm saying is, if I were that person. Let's talk about this fire now. Think about it. Who the F*** said that they had to burn the mountain? Did the locusts migrate in groups? When the locusts are coming, we only need to clear out a fire belt that is 10 feet wide at the place where the locusts will pass through. Then, we can burn a large number of locusts to death. Do you think it's feasible? Why do they have to burn down the mountain? What are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Li Shimin felt relieved. But after glancing at Zhang Feng, he muttered, "Who told you not to make it clear? I thought you were talking about burning the mountain. All right, that's not a long-term solution. and many places are not suitable for this thing, such as Chong and City. What should we do? Did you forget about the pesticide I mentioned? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. Like I said, I have countless ways to deal with these things for you in a matter of minutes. All right, stop bragging. Li Shimin was speechless. Let's not talk about Chong and City first. Let's talk about the locusts in Longyu Road. How are we going to deal with them? My hundreds of acres of medicinal herb land. They're all F***king destroyed. As he spoke, Li Shimin squeezed out a few drops of tears from his eyes. Zhang Feng curled his lips. He said speechlessly, all right. How old are you? Why are you shedding tears over such a trivial matter? By the way, I told you to prepare an army of chickens and ducks last time. How many did you get? Li Shimin's expression froze when he heard this. Zhang Feng looked at him and lost his composure. Why? You didn't do it? Well, it was still early the last time. And at that time, the locusts were in the soil. I thought it was too early to do it now, so I didn't do it. Besides, there was that thing after that, right? So, Zhang Feng was stunned. I say, Lao Li, you're really something. I told you last time that this thing is good for dealing with locusts. Now you... All right, let's not talk about this. If you don't have it, you can do it now. It's not too late. You can even make some money. Li Shimin hurriedly changed the topic. Well, didn't you say that there are many ways to deal with them? Tell me about the chickens and ducks. It's not too late to go and buy them now. There's definitely a way, but I don't know if it's profitable. I still think that collecting locusts and learning from the eggs is as reliable. All right, stop glaring at me. Be careful, your eyeballs might fall out. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin's glare and changed the topic gloomily. Actually, if you use a little bit of the insecticide I made in the pharmacy when you attack with fire, the effect will be better. And this thing, even if it's sprayed in Chong and City, it won't poison the people. As I said before, let's not talk about this method. There's also an army of chickens and ducks. But you don't have it, and I don't have it either. If you have it, you can burn it with fire, then smoke it with insecticide, and eat it with chickens, ducks, and pigs. Basically, it will only take a month for the locusts in the Tang dynasty to disappear completely. But it depends on what the emperor wants to do. Zhang Feng spread his hands speechlessly. He didn't say anything else. However, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who was frowning and deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Lao Li, I've been wondering where your mansion is. I've been wandering in Chong and City for so long. Why haven't I seen it? And damn it, what are you worried about? What does this have to do with you? Even if the sky falls, the emperor will hold it up for us. Maybe you just wait. I bet that the emperor will think of a way tomorrow morning, or maybe not long after. Let's think about how to use this opportunity to set up the factory. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it alone. Chapter 344. For the past 3 days, Li Shimin had been worried about the locusts and had no idea what to do. But he didn't expect Zhang Feng to come up with so many ideas just by chatting for a while. Although the burning method seemed a little vulgar, it made a lot of sense when he thought about it carefully. If it was near the Shirley slope outside Chong and City, he only needed to cut down all the weeds and trees near the Bar River Bridge that connected to Chong and City. Then he only needed to set a fire and pour the pesticides that Zhang Feng mentioned on the fire. Wouldn't that be more effective? But why was this kid so obsessed with money this time? His 3 sentences were all about money? Could it be that there was a trick to it? Something was strange. Li Shimin thought for a while and asked, Brother Zhang Feng, how are you going to deal with these locusts? The economy of Chong and has just started. If you do this, won't it cause a conflict with the imperial court? How can that be? This time, Zhang Feng was not happy. Do you know that once this thing of mine is produced, it won't cause a conflict with the imperial court's cooperative, but it will further stimulate consumption? What? Li Shimin was shocked. How could a small locust be possible? Ha ha! Brother Zhang Feng, are you kidding me? Kidding. Zhang Feng was furious. I treat you as my brother, and you say I'm kidding? Have you ever seen me, Zhang Feng, joke? Li Shimin curled his lips. Zhang Feng was instantly furious. Hey, you don't believe me, do you? Come. Zhang Feng pulled Li Shimin to the backyard. He tied a rope to the tree in the backyard, and then spread oil paper under the tree. With a pull and a shake, the locust fell on the paper. Li Shimin didn't understand what Zhang Feng was going to do. He watched carefully. Zhang Feng slowly moved the locust from the ground into a basin. Then, he filled the basin with water, sprinkled a large amount of salt, and slowly rubbed it before scooping it out of the water. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? He had no choice but to follow Zhang Feng to dry the cleaned locusts on the floor of the backyard. At this time, Zhang Feng said, "I said before that locusts have a high medicinal value, and they are an important Chinese medicine. They can treat kidney deficiency, and the effect of strengthening one's yang and kidney is 10 times better than that of insect eggs." Think about it. How much did you earn from the locust's eggs? Are there any objections? I don't think so. Do you know why? Li Shimin scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, no one objected to the locust's eggs. Many people even saw it as a profitable business. Zhang Feng slapped Li Shimin's shoulder. You don't understand, do you? As long as the publicity is done well, anything can be used for business. Think about it. You just ate the locusts. You said that people don't like it. Then if I grind it into powder and sell it as bone strengthening powder, do you think anyone will buy it? And the price at that time will be much higher. Now, a caddy of fried locusts can be sold for 3 to 5 copper coins. When the time comes, the price will be doubled. Think about it. If we sell it at such a high price, how much lower will the price be? Once the price is raised, even if the locusts don't have an army of chickens and ducks, all the people in Chang and will go crazy to catch them. While they were talking, the water on the locusts had dried up. Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of locusts and looked at them. Then, he led Li Shimin into the kitchen. He set up the fire and heated the oil. When the oil was almost done, he poured the whole basket of locusts into it. Slurp! Li Shimin had never been in the kitchen before. He was scared by this scene and trembled all over. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes again. Not long after, a basket of yellow fried locusts was ready. But this time, Zhang Feng didn't eat it directly. Instead, he sprinkled some seasonings on it while it was hot. Then, he put it into a stone mill and gently crushed it into powder. Holding a handful of powder, Zhang Feng found a bowl and washed it with boiling water. Then, he handed it to Li Shimin. Have a taste of this stuff. While talking, Zhang Feng and Li Shimin left the kitchen and returned to the hall again. Looking at the layer of oil floating in the bowl and the yellow soup, Li Shimin endured the discomfort and took a sip. The taste was still very good. It was more delicious than the mutton soup in the palace. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but light up. I understand what you mean. Although locusts are not easy to sell now, they can be made into powder. Moreover, it's bone-strengthening powder. The taste is enough to be more delicious than mutton soup. If I didn't know about this thing, I would definitely think that it's some kind of delicacy. You mean to use this thing to turn waste into treasure and then stimulate the economic market again, right? Smart. Zhang Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're finally enlightened, but it also depends on the emperor. Although we're so optimistic now. After all, there's the precedent of the worm eggs. Maybe the emperor has already thought of some countermeasures. But I'm sure the emperor didn't think of the worm powder. So, Lali, what do you think of this source of income? Chapter 345. Li Shimin was also tempted. What about selling fried locusts one by one? Li Shimin dared to guarantee that there would be people hammering that person's head. But it was different now. As long as it was made into powder and added with some rice paste, or mixed with flour, wouldn't it become bone-strengthening powder? Looking at the layer of oil in the bowl and the tempting fragrance, Li Shimin endured the heat and blew on the sides of the bowl while carefully tasting it. The taste of this thing, if it was mixed with flour, although the quality would be reduced, but the price would be reduced by a lot. In this way, no one would be able to taste the locusts. Knowing that there was enough salt, who the F***CK would be able to taste the insects. Soon, the bowl of bone-strengthening powder was finished. Li Shimin smacked his lips and said, "Brother Zhang Feng, can this thing really strengthen bones?" "Of course." "All right, you want to buy a share?" Li Shimin copied Zhang Feng and spread his hands. "With such a huge profit, if I don't buy a share, wouldn't I be a fool?" "Okay, since you want to buy a share, then we'll follow the old rules. I'll provide the technology, and you'll provide the money and manpower. And this thing, if you find a good doctor, he'll tell you whether this thing can strengthen bones or not. If people with broken bones drink this thing, Drinking a bowl is equivalent to drinking a bowl of meat and bone soup. Old Li, now you know how much profit you can make, right? As long as you find someone who can boast, I believe that even that dirt can make money. Li Shimin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you asking someone to scam people? Scam people? Let me ask you. You've eaten the locust eggs, and you've eaten the locusts. Let me ask you, how does it taste? Is the locust eggs working? Okay, I have to go back and think about it. If possible, I'll ask Old Sun and the others to do it to recover some losses. As they walked, Li Shiming said, as for the school, I've basically taken care of it. As for the carpentry work and the house renovation, someone will come to you later. You just need to tell them what you want to know. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he took away the rest of the fried locusts and the locust powder in the dustpan. He claimed that he was bringing it back for them to taste, but Zhang Feng seriously suspected that this guy wanted to go back and try it. When Li Shimin went out, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, Lao Li, although this thing is good, you have to control. Otherwise, if you can't get out of bed, don't blame me for not telling you. The effect of this thing is very strong. Zhang Feng didn't hide his voice at all. Li Shimin heard this and hurriedly ran away with a black face. The surrounding area was basically filled with Jin Wu Guard spies, as well as that trash Wei Shuyu. If these people knew about this, where would he put his face? Seeing that Li Shimin had run away. Only then did Zhang Feng put away the locusts and locust powder on the table. He made himself a bowl and added a spoonful of sugar. Only then did he lie back on the recliner happily. He drank some wine and ate the fried locusts while thinking about the tricycle. Now that he had the most important rubber, how should he make the frame of the tricycle? Should he smell it? But he was too lazy to tinker with those things. The key was that it was too hot. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at the iron kettle in front of him, and his eyes lit up. That's right. If he dismantled this thing and found someone to make all the parts, he could make a smaller crucible and some tenons. Wouldn't that solve the problem? The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhang Feng became. Mother asterisk Kerr, I am a genius. When the time came, he would ride the tricycle to Chong and City for a stroll. It would definitely be the most beautiful scenery in Chong and City. You have a carriage, but I also have my tricycle, don't I? And I can buy groceries and so on, don't I? Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a spectacular scene. A group of loafers wearing sunglasses, wearing suits, riding bicycles, wearing big brimmed hats. This dam, just thinking about it made him excited. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Feng wanted to make a tricycle. How could he fall asleep now? He hurriedly got out of the tavern and found Go Zi and Zhu Zi in the river under a big willow tree. He asked, I have an extremely important matter right now. Do you want to help me? When they heard that Zhang Feng had something to do, the two of them didn't even wear clothes. They climbed into the river naked. The women on the street couldn't stop cursing. Brother Feng, tell us, what do you want us to do? The two of them stared at Zhang Feng excitedly with their black eyes. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, Do you know the old blacksmith in the west of the city? I have something to do here. You go and invite him here. Tell him that I have a big business deal for him. This Uncle One is 80 years old. Do you want me to find Dumbo for you? Although that guy is a little stupid, he has great strength. Zhu Zi suggested a different idea. However, Zhang Feng shook his head. Go and find Uncle One. This job isn't heavy. It's just a craftsmanship job. Tell Uncle One what I said. If he does it, I'll give him 100 copper coins first. Of course, if it's iron, it'll be on him. Tell him how much it costs, and I'll give him the money. Chapter 346. Taiji Palace, Imperial Study. As soon as Li Shimin entered, he didn't even have time to change his clothes before he asked, Xiao Gizi, sort out all the memorials related to the locusts for me. Yes. Seeing Li Shimin's gloomy face, Xiao Gizi hurriedly selected memorials from the mountain of documents. Li Shimin also sat on the soft couch and flipped through them one by one. A locust plague has broken out in Jiannan province. The locusts are suspected to have come from Tubo territory. Countless victims of the Tubo disaster are rushing to the Tang dynasty territory. When he saw the memorial, Li Shimin immediately read through it and said, Thoroughly investigate the source of the locusts and the losses. Expel all the people from Tubo. Then, Li Shimin looked at the next memorial. This memorial was related to Shannon Province. A locust plague has broken out in Bazhou, Maozhou, Yazhou, and Jiazhou in Shannon Province. The farmland has been severely damaged, and there are even signs of the locusts devouring livestock. A locust plague has broken out in Hunan Province, Yaozhou, Xingzhou, Minzhou, and many other places. The forest has been severely damaged, and the food has been greatly damaged. However, there are no casualties for the time being. Li Shimin took a deep breath and looked at Long Yudeo's booklet. He took a deep breath. Then, he slowly flipped open the memorial. There were only a few words in the memorial. However, each word was like a heavy hammer that struck Li Shimin's heart. A locust plague has broken out in Chiotzi City and other places. There is no oasis within 1,000 miles. After reading this, Li Shimin's heart couldn't help but tighten. Summon Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun, and Du Ruhui to the palace immediately. Li Shimin slapped the memorial hard. He had read 5 memorials, but there were still dozens of them on his desk. What did this mean? This meant that the locust outbreak had reached a point where it couldn't be delayed. But most of them were concentrated near Tubo, and the south of the Tang dynasty was basically unaffected. What did this mean? This showed that the locust plague was really as Zhang Feng had said before. The locust plague in the Tang dynasty was basically nothing, but the key was that after the locust plague in Tubo, the locust plague directly devoured Tubo, then migrated to the Tang dynasty. Previously, Li Shimin thought that Zhang Feng was talking about next year's locust plague. This year's locust eggs had basically been cleared out from Longyu to Chong, and even the Tang dynasty. However, he had forgotten one thing. That was the locust plague that Zhang Feng had mentioned in Tubo. At this moment, Li Shimin suddenly understood why he had said that there would be an irreversible disaster at the end of the year, even though the locusts were almost completely under control this year. He had thought that this was Zhang Feng's guess, but from these reports and all the plans for Tubo, Li Shimin suddenly felt a kind of pressure, an irresistible pressure. A moment later, Wei Zheng and the others hurried into the imperial study of Taiji Palace. Seeing Li Shimin's gloomy face and thinking about something with his head lowered, they didn't dare to disturb him and waited quietly. After an unknown amount of time, only then did Li Shimin slowly wake up. He looked at the people standing in front of him and waved his hand tiredly, motioning for them to sit down. Then, he said, "How's the investigation of the locust plague? Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated all the towns around Chong, and have found that although the locust plague was fierce this time, Chong was already prepared. Although there was a loss of grain, it was not a total loss. Now, all the wheat has been harvested, only the corn has been lost. In addition, Chong and City's cooperative this time, basically every household has stored grain. I'm asking about the locust plague, nothing else." Li Shimin interrupted Du Ruhui's report and asked. Hearing this, Du Ruhui took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, about this locust plague, I have received the most detailed report. The black mass of locusts will cross the Qinling Mountains and reach Chong and City in 5 days. I'm afraid that by then, there will be no crops in Chong and City anymore." "What? 5 days?" Li Shimin's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly asked, "Then what about Longyu Dao? And what about Jianan Dao and other places?" Li Shimin only wanted to know if the locust plague had broken out completely, or if, as he had guessed, the locust plague had really moved south from Tubo and Longyu Dao. But all the information he received, every single one of them, made him despair. Because the locust plague this time was really as he had guessed. It had basically spread from the north to the south. What did this mean? This meant that he still had 5 days left. "Have you thought of any way to resist it?" "Well, Your Majesty, I have indeed thought of a way." Fang Xianling was a little hesitant. But seeing that the emperor did not say anything, he said tentatively, "I think that if we follow the method that Brother Zhang Feng came up with and use an army of chickens and ducks, it might work, but the effect, also, since you can even eat the eggs of locusts, then even though the locusts look a little ugly and horrifying, you should be able to do that too." Chapter 347. How could they not know that His Majesty had left the palace? Moreover, His Majesty had not even changed his clothes. If they were not fools, they would definitely know that His Majesty had gone to Brother Zhongfeng's place. Thinking of this, on the way to the imperial study, they squatted by the roadside and thought about what Brother Zhongfeng had said before. Only then did they come up with this wonderful idea. This was the idea that Brother Zhongfeng had mentioned earlier. Wasn't this the right time to use it? However, after saying it out loud, they felt a burst of strangeness. That was because His Majesty's face had become unusually ugly at this moment. This scene made the hearts of these wily old foxes skip a beat. Could it be that this was what His Majesty and Brother Zhongfeng were talking about? They could not help but look at each other. At the same time, they sat up quietly and waited for His Majesty's reprimand. Sure enough, not long after they sat down, Li Shimin sighed and said, "At first, I thought that you would come up with a different idea on this matter. But now it seems that this... Alas, Your Majesty, there are other ways. I've looked up the previous methods that were suitable for controlling the locusts, but compared to the current situation, they are basically a drop in the bucket. So, we think that the best way now is to use fire." All right. Li Shimin waved his hand with a headache. "What do you want me to burn? Burn the imperial city? Or burn somewhere else? Your Majesty, we are guilty of the death penalty." Wei Zheng and the others hurriedly knelt down. Li Shimin didn't even glance at them. He waved his hand and said, "Actually, I know that you also understand. After I came back from that small tavern, I won't beat around the bush. Brother Zhongfeng did have 3 ways. The first one is the fire attack that you mentioned. Let's make use of the favorable terrain. Let's talk about the current situation." After Li Shimin finished speaking, he pointed at the map on the wall, which was the area of Chang'an City, and said, "Look, this is the area of the Shirley Slope. Brother Zhongfeng's idea is to cut a fire belt between Bar River and Chang'an City, and then set fire to the locusts here." This, Wei Zheng and the others looked at the map. When they heard Li Shimin's words, their expressions changed. Previously, they had only thought of setting the place on fire, but as for how to do it, they really didn't know. Especially in the imperial city and Chang'an City, they couldn't possibly set the entire place on fire, right? But at this moment, Li Shimin spoke again. "We did not expect that you would not even think of a way." Li Shimin had mixed feelings in his heart. He said lightly, "You have all dealt with medicinal herbs before. The Dragon Boat Festival has just ended. Have you forgotten something? Are you talking about mugwort and realgar?" When Wei Zheng heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly knelt and said, "This subject did think of it before, but I did not know how to use it. That's why this subject is stupid. Please enlighten us, Your Majesty. Please enlighten us, Your Majesty." Li Shimin waved his hand. "Do you remember what the beacon tower is used for?" Beacon fire. When Wei Zheng heard this, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the beacon tower is a signal tower used to transmit emergency military information." "Yes, that's it." Li Shimin pointed at the map and said, "I just looked at the memorials. According to all the memorials, the locust outbreak is concentrated in Longyu, west of Jianan, and mainly around Tubo and other countries. If we light the beacon fires in these places at the same time, and we change all the fuel into medicinal herbs, insecticides, what do you think will happen?" Fang Xuanling's eyes suddenly burst out a burst of light. "Your Majesty, you mean to use fire to attack?" "That's right. Buzz." Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Wei Zheng, who had been silent all this time, felt a muffled thunder in their minds at the same time. That's right. Jianan Road, Shannon Road, and Longyu Road were the 3 places where the locust plague was the most serious. Then, there were more than 1,000 beacon towers in these places. If so many beacon towers and isolation belts were to light up the medicinal herbs at the same time, then wouldn't it be easy to eliminate the locusts? Was this matter really that simple? However, at this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Your Majesty, although this method can eliminate most of the locusts if the dosage of the medicinal herbs is not right, and the wind blows randomly, the effect, so what I mean is if we can cooperate with the chicken and duck army at this time, won't it be twice the result with half the effort?" When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel happy. Your Majesty, Lord Zhang's son is right. If we can eliminate the remaining locusts with the chicken and duck army, in less than 3 months, the locusts in the Tang dynasty will be wiped out. 3 months, Li Shimin shook his head lightly. I can't wait for 3 months. I want you to completely eliminate this plague of locusts within a month. Chapter 348. When everyone heard this, they could not help but reveal bitter expressions. Your Majesty, this plague of locusts is a punishment from the heavens. What punishment? Before Du Ruhui could finish, Li Shimin interrupted him. With a wave of his hand, palace maids entered the imperial study with large bowls of something with an alluring aroma. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "The weather is hot. Drink something good to moisten your throats and think carefully about how to deal with it. Then, tell me if this is a natural disaster or something else." As he spoke, the palace maids opened the lids of the white marble bowls in front of them. Instantly, the alluring aroma filled the hall. Everyone was puzzled, but they still stood up and said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After that, they looked at the bowls of something pale yellow and covered in oil. They couldn't tell what it was. They gently scooped up a spoonful and put it into their mouths. But in the next moment, their puzzlement disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise and surprise. How does it taste? Li Shimin didn't tell them that it was locust powder. He believed that if he had told them in advance, these bastards would have 100 ways to stop drinking it. But that wasn't what he wanted to see. He wanted to wait until they finished drinking before revealing the ingredients. It wasn't that Li Shimin had a bad taste, but that these guys couldn't think of a way. Could it be that none of the civil and military officials could come up with a perfect plan? Therefore, he wanted to use this to punish them. On the other hand, he wanted to leave a deep impression on them, just like when they ate the eggs. This was the usual tactic of a monarch. Rub first and then use force. After a while, the 4 of them finished drinking. At this moment, Li Shimin waved his hand again. The palace maids held up a large jade plate. The plate was covered with a red cloth again, looking very mysterious. Li Shimin asked, "My dear officials, how does this soup taste?" They ate it very confusedly, so they ate very slowly. The taste of this thing was indeed delicious. It had the freshness of fish and crab, the texture of cattle and sheep, and even the texture of frogs. But even if they ate it slowly, they still couldn't taste what it was. While drinking, they also pondered about the emperor's expression. They saw that the emperor's expression was strange, but they really couldn't figure out what this thing was. At this moment, when the palace maids came up with the jade plate and the emperor asked again, they finally spoke. "Your Majesty, this thing is really something that I haven't eaten in all these years. Could it be the seafood that Jean La's tribute, or a treasure from the western region?" When Li Shimin heard this, he laughed and said, "Was this Jean La, or something from the western regions? This thing is originally from the Tang dynasty." Well, everyone was speechless. Looking at the clean bowl, the crowd was unable to figure out how exactly this thing was made. Li Shimin said lightly, "Let's talk about the main effect of this thing first. I know that over the years, you have worked hard for the Tang dynasty. In the early years, you even fought all over the country for the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Needless to say, your bodies are a little weak. And these days, I'm also worried when I see your white hair." Li Shimin said what was in his heart, but Wei Zheng and others choked. They hurriedly knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. Forget it, forget it. When people get old, they like to sigh." Li Shimin waved his hand and motioned for everyone to get up. Then he continued, "Zhang's son, don't you always feel pain in your knees? And your body is weak. And Prime Minister Wei, if you don't have money, just tell me. Don't be so poor all day. People who don't know better will think that I'm deliberately embezzling. Look at your court robe. It's torn. Get a new one." Li Shimin's words made everyone even more confused. They were talking about locusts. Why did the emperor suddenly change the topic? However, the emperor did not say anything. Everyone could only suppress their doubts and wait for the emperor to speak. Li Shimin sighed with emotion and said, "The thing you drank just now is called bone strengthening powder. Brother Zhang Feng said that this thing can not only strengthen your physique, but this bowl is equivalent to the nutrition of a bowl of meat soup. I don't know anything about nutrition, but I drank a bowl. I think Brother Zhang Feng won't trick me, so I'll let you have taste. If you think it's delicious, I'll reward you handsomely. Everyone trembled with excitement when they heard that. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Li Shimin stood up with a smile and helped everyone up. He pretended to warn them. Although this is good stuff, I have to warn you. I heard that it's very effective in strengthening your sex drive. You all work hard for the court, so I also hope that your children can flourish. So, you all must control yourself. Chapter 349. What did he mean? Aphrodisiac? What did Brother Zhang Feng do? They couldn't help but think of the locust eggs that Zhang Feng got before. That thing seemed to have the effect of aphrodisiac and kidney strengthening. Could it be? But when they thought about it carefully, the locust eggs had already turned into grasshoppers. That was impossible. They couldn't help but feel more confused, but they still thanked Li Shimin profusely for his reward. Li Shimin didn't say anything more, but said directly, "Actually, you've all seen this thing before." While speaking, Li Shimin personally lifted the white jade plate placed in the middle of them, revealing what was inside. At the same time, a group of palace maids seemed to have been prepared. Several palace maids stood beside them, holding a copper basin in their hands, waiting quietly. But when they saw what was in the plate, their faces suddenly changed. Locusts! Are these locusts? I should have thought of it earlier. What we just drank is wretch. Wah. Now everyone understood in an instant. They couldn't help but turn pale as paper and vomit loudly. Finally, they knew why these palace maids were holding the jade plate, why the emperor kept saying that, and why they couldn't help but think of the locust eggs when the emperor mentioned aphrodisiac. Damn it, it's locusts. After everyone finished vomiting, Li Shimin sat beside them, took out a few deep-fried golden locusts from the jade plate, and threw them into his mouth. He even chewed with relish, making crunching sounds. Everyone seriously suspected that the emperor was punishing them, but they didn't dare to say it. Li Shimin looked at them with some disdain. You ate the locust eggs as if they were treasures, but I can eat them, but you can't eat them? Li Shimin pretended to be angry. Instantly, the four people felt like they were facing a disaster. They hurriedly stood up and said, "Your subjects dare not." Li Shimin then waved his hand and said, Okay, don't be like that. You've all heard the effects of this thing. Go back and try it first. I've already prepared 3 caddies of locust powder for each of you. No, it's now called bone-strengthening powder, and 3 caddies of fried locust. Tonight, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Furthermore, this is also my 3rd plan. Li Shimin put away his smile and said solemnly, Now you all know that everyone thinks that this is a pest, a punishment from the heavens. Not only that, but the financial system of the newly established cooperative is also showing signs of collapse. The people have lost their way to make money and have no food. How can they not panic? This guy, you can't let him be idle. Once he's idle, he'll amplify the fear in his heart. Think of a way to earn money from the locust eggs. Even the locust eggs can be used. Why can't I turn these locusts into treasures? Li Shimin himself didn't realize that after being with Zhang Feng for so long, he actually regarded himself as a businessman. But thinking about it carefully, wasn't this what the Tang dynasty needed now? He wanted to take control of the economy. He wanted this country, which was in ruins, to be able to recover its economy in a short period of time. He wanted it to be strong again. This was also the meaning of the Wei River Alliance. But now, heaven didn't do as he wished. He originally thought that this locust plague was managed before, and Zhang Feng kept saying that it was to prevent next year's locust plague. But he forgot one essential thing. That was, without today's reserves, where would next year's locust plague come from? This year's locust eggs were almost all dug out. Where would this locust plague come from? But now he understood. Zhang Feng had been planning this locust plague since early in the morning. From the beginning of targeting Tubo to now, all the plans, including the food, were basically to eliminate the locust plague from the root. Locusts could fly. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have locust eggs Tubo did. He ignored this fundamental problem. He only saw that the locust plague of the Tang dynasty was gone. But now, reality gave Li Shimin a hard slap. This slap not only woke Li Shimin up, but also made him understand a truth. If he wanted to control the locust plague, he had to start from the root. Thinking of this, Li Shimin put his hands behind his back, looked at the flying locusts outside the window, and said faintly, "Although I didn't receive the memorial, I know that Guanlong will definitely not let go of this opportunity to create public opinion. So, I think we should start from the root of the bad habits of the people. Only by letting everyone know that the locust plague isn't the so-called natural disaster, but a good gift from God to the Tang dynasty can we solve this problem perfectly from the root. As for this bone-strengthening powder and this delicacy, I have decided that tomorrow morning I will invite everyone to try these two delicacies. I don't believe that under the allure of these two things, who can resist their allure?" Chapter 350. Li Shimin's words were sonorous and forceful. Wei Zheng and the others finally understood Li Shimin's purpose. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty is wise. Forget it, forget it. It will be great if you were wise." Li Shimin shook his head. "It's just a business deal. It's to let the people of the world forget this disaster in such a time of crisis, and let this disaster, these locusts all over the sky, become copper coins in the people's pockets. I'm satisfied." Reporting, however, at this moment, little Gizi hurried in, but seeing that Wei Zheng and the others were present, he hesitated. Li Shimin waved his robe and said, "It's fine. Say it." "Yes, Your Majesty, Tubo's envoy urgently requests an audience with you. He will arrive in Chang and tomorrow morning." "What? So soon? Didn't he just go back?" Is it for..." Wei Zheng and the others could not help but focus on the plate of locusts on the table. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Pass down the order. Honglu Temple officials are to receive the envoy according to etiquette." "Yes, Your Majesty." Little Gizi hurried away. Li Shimin smiled. "Dear ministers, the god of wealth of the Tang dynasty is here." "Your Majesty, you mean?" Zhangsun Wuji heard this and could not help but ask. Li Shimin waved his hand and dismissed all the palace maids and guards at the door. Then he sat in the middle of the four and asked them to eat the locusts. He said, "Zhangsun, how did the matter of the retired emperor's birthday last time go?" Replying to Majesty, Tubo's envoy said that he wanted to find a way to deal with the drought. After many twists and turns, yesterday, Tubo's grain had already arrived in Chang and in Long Yudao's vaults. This subject has also delivered the water wheel to Tubo. This subject has calculated that this is basically all of Tubo's food reserves for this year. Although there is still a surplus, this subject believes that they will not be able to survive past the end of the year after encountering such a locust plague. "All right, well done." Li Shimin slapped his thigh. Then he said, "The plan has already begun. Now think about it. When Brother Zhang Feng made this plan, what did he say?" When everyone heard this, they thought about it carefully and could not help but be aghast. It turned out that the Zhang Feng brothers had already calculated all of this in the morning. First, they used the water wheel blueprint to deal with the drought in exchange for Tubo's fatal attraction. Then, they took advantage of the Tubo people's desire and public opinion on this matter and had no choice but to sign a contract with the Tang dynasty again in exchange for the technology. But now, the locusts finally broke out. This time, the account book that Tubo's brother made to the Tang dynasty was raised again. What was this? This was Brother Zhang Feng tying Tubo firmly to the Tang dynasty's waist and working for the Tang dynasty for free. This at that time, although everyone was excited when they heard it, they more or less did not take it seriously. But now, if Tubo really came for the plague of locusts, then, at this time, everyone only felt the horror of Zhang Feng. Every time he made a targeted suggestion, he could make a country a plaything of the Tang dynasty in his hands. How terrifying. This was what it meant to destroy the world with a smile. This was even more terrifying than killing Tubo with real swords and spears. "Your Majesty, this Brother Zhang Feng, is he really a god?" Wei Jing took a deep breath. He asked in horror. Li Shimin smiled bitterly. I also want Brother Zhang Feng to be a god. But the truth is the truth. He is just a mortal. Everyone was silent. Everyone thought of Zhang Feng's plan to deal with the Tuyuhun and the Turks again, and they could not help but have goosebumps. This was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, Brother Zhang Feng was from the Tang dynasty. If he was from Tubo or another country, then right. Li Shimon's expression suddenly changed. He immediately sent a message to Cheng Yao Jin and asked him whether the Turks were affected by this plague of locusts. Your Majesty, I was just about to report this. Wei Zheng's expression was grave, but his body was trembling. His face was a little red. Your Majesty, this morning, I received a report from the Secretarial Bureau. It said that Yu Zhou, Yi, Ting, and Xiuzi sent a secret report that a large number of locusts had entered the Tang dynasty from the Turks. Even the situation in Yuzhou has become more serious. If we combine this with this, I think that the locusts must have crossed the Longyu Road from the Tuyuhun and entered the Turks. Then, from Yuzhou, they entered the Tang dynasty. So, the Turks must have suffered a devastating plague of locusts. Good. Li Shimin heard this and also excitedly slammed the table. This is the most exciting news I have received in recent days. Pass down the order. Quickly find out all the information about the Turks. I want to see how Tuli and Xieli can escape from my control. Also, have people keep an eye on the people from Guanlong, especially on the border. If they're found to have business dealings with the Turks, Tubo, and the others, then, as he spoke, Li Shimon's eyes flashed with killing intent. The four hurriedly got up. We understand. Reporting. At this moment, little Gizi entered the imperial study again. As soon as he entered, little Gizi hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, the envoy from Tuyuhun is also here. Chapter 351. Locusts. The locusts all over the sky made it impossible for people to go out. At this time, in Chang, in city, in addition to the locusts all over the sky, there were only a few chickens and ducks left. They swaggered on the street, and from time to time, they would lower their heads to pick up the locusts on the ground and take a few bites. Then, they would shake their bright feathers and walk slowly on the street again. There were even pigs, cows, and sheep tied up in the alley, wagging their tails and humming as they ate the locusts. Obviously, the locusts were delicious. The pigs couldn't help wagging their tails and smacking their lips. There was also a pile of saliva flowing down from the corners of their mouths to the ground. Although no one had fed them for a long time, the pigs, cows, and sheep all had big bellies. This was the current scene in Chang'an City. Some people who went out were also walking in a hurry with their heads lowered. Many patrolling soldiers had burned the locusts. Even though the market was open now, no one went to the market. Except for the patrolling soldiers who were cursing the locusts with their necks locked. Few people could be seen alive. It was like a dead zone. However, in Huidongfang, today, unexpectedly, everyone could smell a strange, unpleasant smell in the house. Everyone frowned and sniffed, but no one dared to go out to have a look. Because of this thing, perhaps it was caused by the natural disaster. Whose house do you think he burned down? But it didn't seem like it. Looking out through the crack of the door, there were only locusts. And this unpleasant smell came from Zhang Feng's tavern. At this time, Zhang Feng was squatting in the backyard of the tavern. Piles of mugwort, musk, and other things were burning around the walls of the courtyard. When all the locusts flew over the courtyard, they didn't even have the chance to show off their might before falling to the ground as if they were drunk. Then they jumped a few times on the ground and stopped moving. In the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Feng was squatting on the ground, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Waves of fishy stench accompanied by rolling black smoke slowly spiraled in the air before being scattered by the locusts. Although Zhang Feng was sweating all over at this moment, his face was filled with excitement as he looked at the red-hot stove. Soon, as long as the rubber is successfully refined, I only need to tinker with a sand model to make a tire. Then I can, Fengzi, open the door. Zhang Feng was fantasizing about riding a tricycle or a bicycle to show off in front of Chen Tiniu, Lao Li, and the others. Oldie's urgent question pulled him back to reality. Zhang Feng hurriedly dealt with the things that were used to refine rubber. Then he hurried out, and opened the door for Uncle Ho. As soon as the door was opened, Old Ho was carrying a huge gunny sack and panting heavily. His gunny sack and his body were densely covered with locusts. "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to open the door?" Old Ho muttered as he took the opportunity to unload the big sack on his shoulder into the backyard. He then looked at the strange thing and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Feng shrugged. "I can't go out, can I? I'm tinkering with something fun." "Something fun?" Old Ho shook his head. "Use this bag of soft sand sparingly. It wasn't easy for me to get it for you from outside the city." "Okay." Zhang Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. This time, he finally had the mold to make a tire. He gestured for Old Ho to go to the front hall. Zhang Feng took the opportunity to fish out a few bottles of fruits that were frozen at the bottom of the water tank before going to the front hall. There were no tools to freeze fruits in ancient times. Even if there were, Zhang Feng didn't have the time to do it now. All fruits and the like, if he wanted to freeze them, he would have to either sink them to the bottom of a well or put them under a large water tank. He quickly made 3 dishes from the kitchen. Old Ho was already drinking by himself. "Fengzi, don't go anywhere during this period of time. I just went out and heard from the guards at the city gate that yesterday afternoon and night, when the city gate was about to be closed, the envoys from Tubo and Tuyuhan came again." "Oh? Again? What are they doing here?" Zhang Feng took the opportunity to ask. Old He drank his wine and ate his dishes. Then he said, "Who knows? I think it's related to this disaster. You didn't hear it. The envoys that came this time are called poor. They didn't even have a decent gift." When Zhang Feng heard this, a subtle smile flashed across his eyes. "They're finally here? Looks like I guessed right again. Their plague of locusts has reached an uncontrollable stage. Sigh, this is money. Sometimes you have to earn it even if you don't want to." Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "Then why can't I go out? Isn't it because you like to cause trouble too much? This time, I heard that Tubo wants to form an alliance with the Tang dynasty. It's very likely that His Majesty will invite Jingshu from Yinlai Restaurant to play music. You should think twice. If His Majesty finds out about you and Jingshu at this time, if he gets angry." When Zhang Feng heard this, although his expression turned ugly, he still shrugged and said, "I won't. Don't worry." Chapter 352. Political Announcement Hall. It wasn't time for court yet, but there were already palace maids and eunuchs in the political announcement hall using mugwort, sulfur, and other things to smoke the locusts in the room. Even the Honglu Temple was using this method on the way from the Vermilion Bird Bridge to the political announcement hall. And this method, which the emperor had gotten from an unknown source, was actually able to make all the locusts in the imperial city disappear overnight. Now, the glazed tiles of the imperial city, the white marble floor, and the lake in the imperial garden were densely covered with the corpses of the locusts. And the emperor actually asked them to pack up these disgusting insects. This was what puzzled them the most. But this was the emperor's order, and they didn't dare to disobey. They could only obediently carry it out. The bell rang at 5 o'clock. Finally, after everyone had sorted out the locust corpses, it came late. Dong, dong, dong. With the sound of the bell, a group of purple, red, and green-robed officials lined up with white jade tablets in their hands and entered the locusts. But today, everyone was shocked. First of all, the locusts that filled the sky could not be seen the moment they stepped into the imperial city. Even the deeper they went into the imperial palace, the more they couldn't see a fly or a mosquito. Strange. This didn't make sense. Everyone turned to look at the city gate behind them. In the sky outside the city gate, there were still dense locusts bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. But what was going on? The locusts didn't dare to enter the imperial city? Was it a favor from the heavens? Or everyone entered the political announcement hall in surprise. Once they entered the political announcement hall, they smelled a burst of incense. This smell was very strange. It had the fragrance of flowers, but there was also a faint musk and the smell of mugwort. This made everyone even more puzzled. But just as everyone looked around in confusion, trying to find a locust in the corner of the door, Xiao Gizi's voice sounded from behind the door. "The emperor has arrived. Kneel." Everyone hurriedly stopped talking and hurriedly bowed. This subject respectfully welcomes the emperor. No need for formalities. With the crown on his head, Li Shimin walked up the stairway to heaven with a majestic gait. He waved his hand and said, "Sit." But before everyone could sit down, someone hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has something to report." Li Shimin glanced at the newcomer. He was a member of the Shandong landowning class. Li Shimin waved his hand. "Speak." "Reporting to your Majesty, I investigated in Chang, in city yesterday, and found that all the people there were in a state of panic and discontent. It seemed that your Majesty had done something to provoke the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. So the heavens decided to punish you. Bastard, Lord Sun, you actually dared to openly shout in the royal court. Is this what a subject should do?" In an instant, Zhang Sun Wuji raised his sleeve and scolded. "Your Majesty, this person actually dared to humiliate your Majesty in court. This is a capital offense." Lord Sun stood up straight. Seeing that the emperor did not speak, he coldly looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "Go and ask around. Also, go and check the documents of the Ministry of Justice. Look, in all the dynasties, when have locusts been able to wreak havoc in the imperial city? Go and ask around. This is something that I and many people present here heard with our own ears. I'm just stating the facts. Are people not allowed to speak the truth in the royal court?" "Oh," Li Shimin sneered and waved his hand to stop Zhang Sun Wuji. He said, "Then why haven't I seen a single locust in this vast imperial palace? Why did I hear that the locusts were a treasure given to the Tang dynasty by the heavens?" Hearing this, all the ministers were shocked. "That's right. In the imperial city today, let alone a locust, I didn't even see a fly. Is this really, Lord Go? You saw it clearly during yesterday's morning court session. Let's not talk about anything else. Even the political announcement hall was filled with locusts. Tell me, what is this? Then, where are the locusts now? They must have used some method to disperse the locusts. Good. Come on. Why don't you drive away a locust for me? Cheng Yaojin. How big is the imperial city? Who has the ability to drive away all the locusts in the imperial palace overnight? Is it immortal?" The more Cheng Yaojin spoke, the angrier he became. With his hands on his waist, he pointed at the group of civil officials and roared, "What the F***CK are you talking about? I think you just don't want to see His Majesty live a good life, right?" Hearing this, all the generals began to jeer. F***CK. These sons of B***cheese only think about making money and getting promoted all day long. Once something happens, they splash dirty water on His Majesty. Are you still the ministers of the Tang dynasty? In my opinion, these locusts must have been stirred up by this group of civil officials. And the rumors in Chang and city were definitely made up by this group of B***stars. Otherwise, who the F***CK would do such a thing to end their family line? You're slandering us. How dare you? Old man studied the way of Confucius and Mencius. How could he do such a dirty thing? Chapter 353. The civil officials were anxious. They could no longer care about their usual manners. Their faces were red as they quarreled with the generals in the court. From time to time, some civil officials could not win against the generals. They would kneel on the ground angrily and beg the emperor to punish them. At the same time, they would scold the generals for insulting them. However, Li Shimin did not do anything. Instead, he looked on with a smile. This was a scheme that he had planned. He had long wanted to teach this group of civil officials a lesson. They always carried the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, but what did they do? When something happened, they did not say anything. Once something happened, it would be Li Shimin's fault. Fine, can't you quarrel? I'll let you quarrel to your heart's content today. If you don't quarrel enough, no one is allowed to leave the court. At this time, the civil officials were anxious when they saw that Li Shimin did not care about anything. Who were they? They were Confucian scholars who practiced the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. What kind of people were these soldiers? Who gave them the right to question the teachings of Confucius and Mencius? Lord Sun of the Guanglu Temple pointed at Cheng Yaojin and shouted with trembling lips, "Brute! You brute! What else can you do besides throwing a few punches? A few days ago, this old man heard that outside the city, you used the emperor's name to detain the rebels. You disregarded the safety of the people and forcibly arrested them. Moreover, you did it in front of everyone. Don't you agree? Yes. Cheng Yaojin clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked. This group of rebels insulted the emperor in public and even wanted to assassinate the crown prince. Lord Zhongsun, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, what should be the punishment for such a person? Zhongsun Wuji glanced at Cheng Yaojin and said calmly, "You insulted the emperor in public and attempted to assassinate the crown prince. 9 generations of your family will be executed." Zhongsun Wuji, how come this old man doesn't find you pleasing to the eye? When did you wear the same pants as that boorish fellow Cheng Yaojin? As the Minister of Justice, you actually... Zhongsun Wuji also gave up. What the F***CK? You can scold me if you want to, but why the F***CK do you have to drag me into this? Sun Dahai, how dare you question the laws of the Ministry of Justice? Do you want me to ask His Majesty to let you copy the laws of the Tang dynasty 100 times? You what? Don't tell me that you, Minister of Guanglu Temple, haven't even read the laws of the Tang dynasty? Then aren't you neglecting your duties as the Minister of Guanglu Temple? Zhongsun Wuji took the opportunity to ask. Sun Dahai was speechless. However, at this moment, the people from the Imperial Astronomer jumped out again. Lord Zhongsun, I have observed the heavenly phenomena in this matter, and it is actually Mars guarding my heart. You, old liar, you're using Antares guarding heart again, aren't you? Old Cheng, still remember the last time, before the retired emperor's birthday, you said that Ing Huo was guarding the heart. What happened to the trade route that was sabotaged by Guanlong? Did Mars come up with this again when it saw that Chong and his city couldn't be messed up? Then according to what you said, are all the stars in the sky what you call Mars guarding the heart? No. Cheng Yaojin, I have no quarrel with the ox. Get out of here. Don't use Antares guarding heart to swindle people. If you dare to use this again, do you believe that Lao Tzu won't beat you up in court? Vulgar. Vulgar. Your Majesty, please say something. We are sincere. Now, everyone in Chong and city is indeed spreading this rumor. Moreover, the locusts are also true. According to what Cheng Yaojin said, the locusts outside the city were all fabricated by us. Lord Wei, come out and be the judge. Seeing that the emperor was still ignoring him, that person hurriedly asked Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng glanced indifferently at all the officials who were kneeling on the ground and begging him to come out. He sighed faintly and said, "Just now, the emperor said that this is not a punishment from heaven. This is a blessing from heaven. It is an auspicious sign that heaven has bestowed upon the Tang dynasty. Don't you understand?" When the civil officials heard this, they instantly held their breaths. An auspicious sign from heaven? What was going on? Even Prime Minister Wei, I don't know who the Emperor and Prime Minister Wei have listened to mislead the public, but these locusts have been the bane of heaven since ancient times. How can this be an auspicious sign? Not an auspicious sign? Cheng Yaojin sneered and said, "Sun Dahai, I remember that until now, you still have a lot of locusts' eggs stored in your house. Do you dare to say that you haven't eaten a gene of them every day? You, Cheng Yaojin, how can that thing compare to locusts? That is a great tonic that the emperor has bestowed upon this humble official. Moreover, the emperor has been eating it. How can something like locusts compare to it?" Ha, ha, ha. Cheng Yaojin and Zhongsun Wuji finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Dahai, old man, I don't know if you've overdone it or if your brain is really not enough. Let me ask you, what are locusts' eggs? What are locusts? These locusts' eggs are, of course. At this point, Sun Dahai's voice suddenly stopped abruptly. Even in the political announcement hall, all the civil officials who were arguing with the military generals with red faces came to an abrupt stop. What are locusts? What are locusts' eggs? This, Li Shimin also said faintly. Are you all done arguing? Chapter 354. Li Shimin really didn't want to pay attention to these people, but the current situation was already enough. If they continued to cause trouble, they would lose control of the situation. This was something he didn't want to see. Li Shimin calmly glanced at the crowd and leaned back on the soft marten leather throne. We have been planning this for months. You have all seen the benefits of the locust eggs at that time, right? We have a record of your purchases and your private hoarding of the locust eggs here. Li Shimin knocked on a register on the table. This time, all the civil officials couldn't help but pale. They didn't know what the emperor wanted to do. Li Shimin waited for a while before continuing. We feel that this thing is not bad. It's good stuff, so we share it with you all so that you can get benefits and strengthen your bodies. But we have prepared another thing today. Li Shimin calmly waved his hand. His sister-in-law looked at the crowd with disdain and shouted, "Come, serve breakfast." A moment later, 2 rows of palace maids carrying exquisite white jade plates with fist-sized jade bowls on them entered the political announcement hall unhurriedly. Everyone immediately stepped aside to make a path. Li Shimin waved his hand, and everyone sat on their prayer mats. Smelling the tempting fragrance in the air, everyone was a bit confused. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin impatiently looked at the bowls, drooling. He didn't make it for dinner last night, but he learned about the wonders of this thing from Zhang Sun and the others bragging. The palace maids first placed the first bowl in front of Li Shimin, and then placed a bowl of light yellow paste for the officials according to their official ranks. Even little Gizi was rewarded with a bowl by Li Shimin. He excitedly held the jade bowl and trembled all over. We know that you are all wondering why we would invite you all to a banquet at this time, and it's just a bowl of paste. This bowl of paste has a great background. When everyone heard this, even the impatient Cheng Yaojin hurriedly put away his greedy look and carefully listened to the emperor's next words. Li Shimin held the bowl and stirred the paste with a spoon. Then, he gently scooped up a spoonful and put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully. After a while, Li Shimin opened his eyes in enjoyment. This time, the ministers were even more confused. In the past few days, I have received the grace of the heavens to obtain this treasure. This is bone-strengthening powder. What? Bone-strengthening powder? What the hell? Everyone was astonished. However, Li Shimin stood up. Holding the bowl, he ate as he walked down the stairs and said, "This thing was developed by one of my nobles. I know that many of you have been working hard for the Tang dynasty. Many of you have inconveniences in your legs, and some of you even feel unbearable pain in your knees, waist, and legs in the middle of the night, especially those soldiers who have opened up the country for the Tang dynasty." The eyes of all the generals turned red when they heard this. His Majesty hasn't forgotten us. We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Tang dynasty and die 1,000 times without hesitation. The generals raised their bowls excitedly and shouted in unison. They roared. Li Shimin waved his hand indifferently, walked into the middle of the ministers, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly followed the emperor's example and sat cross-legged on the ground. Only then did Li Shimin say, "It's been a long time since I've sat so close to you." The effect of this bone-strengthening powder is to strengthen the bones. I heard that a small bowl of this thing is equivalent to eating a caddy of meat or drinking a large bowl of mutton soup. But the price is only 1/10,000th of the mutton soup. It's not even close. Everyone looked at the yellow thing in the bowl, which was emitting a tempting fragrance, in horror. Is it really so magical? However, when they saw that the emperor had eaten half a bowl, how could they not believe it? Li Shimin saw that everyone was staring at the bowl but not eating, so he waved his hand and said, "Eat. Eat a little with me." After that, the ministers thanked him in unison, held the bowl, and ate while choking. Li Shimin said while eating, "This small bowl is less than a copper coin. Do you believe it?" What? How? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Before they ate, they didn't feel anything. But now, although they only ate a little, how could they forget the taste? There was the taste of pepper and salt, but it couldn't hide the fresh taste. What is this? What is it? Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating that everyone should eat quickly. Li Shimin had already finished the last little bit of the bowl and carefully put the last bit of the bowl into his mouth with a spoon. Li Shimin then put down the bowl reluctantly. If you can have 2 small bowls of this every day, As long as you persist for a year, I believe that each of you will be much stronger. Not only can this thing nourish the kidneys, it can also strengthen the body. After the court, I will reward each of you with a caddy of this thing. In less than 3 days, you will definitely feel the magic of this thing. What? 3? 3 caddies? 3 caddies per person? Everyone was stunned, but everyone hurriedly put down the bowl, kneeled on the ground, and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" When Li Shimin heard this, only then did he smile. He had achieved his goal. Chapter 355. Actually, Li Shimin originally did not want to do this. But the longer he stayed with Zhang Feng, the more he could clearly feel the benefits of running a country through business. Everyone in the imperial court had a large amount of fiefdom. Everyone had their own business circle. From the amount of money that the cooperative had made last time, it could be seen that each and every one of them was filthy rich. Now, many Confucian officials in the imperial court were against him. Why was that? It was all from money. He had learned his lesson. From Zhang Feng, he understood a principle. Often, when using a soft knife to kill people, it was more terrifying than using a knife to chop off people's heads or even kill their entire family. This was the result of Li Shimin's discussion with Empress Zhang's son last night. That was to fatten these guys up first. You have to pull them onto the boat and let them have a goal. Only then would they be willing to work hard for you. Just like the method that Zhang Feng formulated to deal with Tubo. If you want to kill a wolf, you have to at least fatten it up. When it can't brandish its claws, the effect of killing it is always 100 times better than killing it when it is hungry. At that time, even a 10-year-old child can kill it with a knife. This was the business model. It was a way of running a country that Li Shimin learned from Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, Li Shimin suppressed the excitement in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "My beloved officials, I know that you all want to know what this is, right? Your Majesty, what is this thing? Why is it so cheap? Is it really effective? This old official's knees hurt all year round. I have eaten all kinds of tonics, but it still doesn't get better. This." Li Shimin smiled and patted Sun Dahai's shoulder. "My beloved official, I promise you that if you continue to take the bone-strengthening powder in less than a year, your legs will hurt. It will get better. Moreover, I have a secret that all of you must keep a secret from me." When everyone heard this, they couldn't wait to stick their ears to Li Shimin's mouth. "You can only eat 2 big bowls of this thing a day. If you eat more, I'm worried that it will harm your health." Injured? Ahem. What the emperor meant was that this thing could strengthen the yang qi. The old man tried it last night, and it was very effective. Fang Xianling coughed and said in a low voice, but his voice was soft. However, everyone was terrified when they heard it. Which one of them didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? However, as they grew older, everyone began to feel powerless. Ever since they came into contact with the locust eggs, everyone felt as if they had found a treasure. The locust eggs, which were originally worth a few copper coins per caddy, were all eaten up. But the effect, there was nothing to say. But now this thing was actually an aphrodisiac. Everyone's eyes turned red. Staring at the remaining food in the bowl, everyone began to wolf it down. Some people even covered the bowl with their sleeves and licked it with their tongues. Li Shimin didn't stop them. He just looked at everyone with a smile. Cheng Yaojin was about to follow suit, but Fang Xianling quietly nudged him in the arm. Only then did he put down the bowl embarrassedly. After everyone finished eating, Li Shimin said, "This bone-strengthening powder not only has the effect of strengthening the yang qi and the kidney, but also contains all the effects of the locust eggs. If you take it for a long time, although it can't make you young again, it can make your body stronger. Not only that, it can also make you a little contribution to the population of the Tang dynasty. I'm also willing to take this thing out and make a fortune with my beloved subjects." Make a fortune? The emperor was actually willing to offer such a magical and precious thing? Is this really a treasure given to us by the heavens? Everyone was even more excited and thanked him profusely. At this time, Li Shimin stood up with the help of Wei Zheng and Cheng Yaojin. After exchanging greetings with the officials again, Li Shimin said, "I know that you all want to know what this thing is, right? Your Majesty, what is it?" Li Shimin shook his head lightly. "Allow me to keep you in suspense. Go back and try it. After 3 days, when you see the effect, I will naturally announce it in the morning court. And I dare to guarantee that this thing, as long as you all work together with me, in less than 3 months, your mansions will be filled with money. The officials were envious. Previously, the emperor knew that they all had properties, but he didn't care. But now, the emperor was actually willing to take out such a sacred thing and share it with everyone. What was this? This was a wise emperor of a generation. Among them, there were some people who always felt that the emperor was not pleasing to the eye. At this time, when they looked at Li Shimin, there was actually a sense of shame in their eyes. Guanlong, the nobles of Shandong, and even the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs couldn't understand. Everyone looked at the emperor in confusion. They didn't know what Li Shimin was doing. Cheng Yaojin was also anxious. If it weren't for Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling holding him back, he would have rushed up and asked the emperor what he was doing. But at this time, he heard a sentence from Zhang Sun Wuji's speech. After the court, the emperor invites you in. Chapter 356. The meeting was dismissed. Amidst everyone's excitement, and doubt, the tide receded. But this time, Li Shimin felt different from before. Why? This was because he could actually hear even more loyalty from the crowds chanting. It was a subtle feeling. However, Li Shimin knew that his intuition was not wrong. Wasn't that person trying to hide his assets? Was he afraid that the emperor would know? But now, not only did the emperor not blame him, but he would also share the way to make money with everyone. What was this? If he went against the emperor at this time, it would only be bad for the nobles and their families. The emperor was obviously trying to win people's hearts. This was a good opportunity. The more Li Shimin thought about it, the wider the smile on his face. He could imagine everyone's excitement on the road now. He had already grasped these people's minds. Li Shimin did not return to the imperial study. Instead, he entered the imperial garden. Looking at the withered appearance of the imperial garden, Li Shimin sighed with emotion. Sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he could even feel that the fish at this time were not as happy as before. Not long after, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin came in a hurry. As soon as they came in, little Gizi motioned for everyone to be quiet. But the sound of feet stepping on dry leaves finally woke Li Shimin up. "You're here. Sit down." After everyone sat down, Li Shimin said, "Today, there are no monarchs and ministers here, only a few close friends. Little Gizi, sit down too." "I thank you for your kindness, your majesty." After sitting down, Li Shimin said, "Are you very confused about why I did this?" "Your majesty, it is indeed so. In this way, won't it help the nobles of Shandong and Guanlong to become more arrogant?" Wei Zheng said with a serious expression. "No." Li Shimin shook his head. "You've also interacted with Brother Zhang Feng quite a bit. Think about it. From the moment Brother Zhang Feng came up with his first water wheel plan, which of his plans hasn't been meticulously planned out, taking into account the Tubo, Tuyuan, and the Turks? How did he do it? Have you thought about it carefully?" The 6 of them looked at each other in confusion and shook their heads at the same time. Li Shimin looked at the surface of the lake and said, "I once wanted to kill all those rotten people in the court, but last night we suddenly had an epiphany from Brother Zhang Feng's way of doing things and his experience in handling matters. Killing people is just a small matter. Exterminating families is killing, but once you start killing, there will definitely be more voices of opposition in the court. You might even lose everything. But what if it's a soft knife? Have you ever thought about the logic of killing pigs and hunting?" The 6 of them lowered their heads in confusion and began to carefully appraise it. Li Shimin said again, "In fact, don't think of yourselves as you are now. Think of yourselves as you were when you were with Brother Zhang Feng. You're a businessman, and we are businessmen. Take a look at this matter again. Do you want to kill all the merchants who oppose you? Or do you want to use Brother Zhang Feng's means to turn them into your tools to make money? For example, Tubo, Buzz." The 6 of them couldn't help but feel like a clap of thunder in their minds. At this time, all the puzzles they couldn't figure out turned into clouds and mist. It turned out that the emperor had already calculated everything. This plan, once it was implemented, it would be very difficult. Then the emperor would really treat these people as prey. But, Your Majesty, what about Guanlong? Li Shimin waved his hand and said, You don't have to worry about this. You just need to remember that when a pack of wolves fight for food, there will inevitably be a fight. We just need to do our job as hunters and wait and see. Don't care about anything else. I think the Shandong aristocrats are no threat. As long as they take the bone-strengthening powder back, they will naturally surrender to me. Now, only Guanlong and the people with 5 surnames and 7 hopes are left. Don't you want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Everyone was scared. When did the emperor come up with such a ruthless plan? Could it be this was the masterpiece of Brother Zhang Feng? What do you think of my plan? Li Shimin stood up with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the breeze. He looked like an immortal. The 6 of them could sit here and be valued by Li Shimin. How could they be fools? At this time, the 6 of them knelt down and shouted excitedly, Your Majesty is wise. On the other side, that is the Wanshou Palace in the depths of the Imperial Palace. This is the palace that Li Shimin renovated for Li Yuan after the conflict between him and Li Yuan. At this time, Li Yuan was lying on the swing in confusion, looking at the sky as if he was looking for something. But at this time, an old eunuch hurriedly reporting to retired Emperor, Lord Go of the Imperial Astronomer requests an audience. Lord Go? No. Hearing this, Li Yuan waved his hand and asked, Oh right, have you seen the locusts? I was still thinking that I could play with locusts with everyone today. How come the locusts are all gone today? Reporting to retired Emperor, last night, the Emperor ordered the palace maids and the people of the Minister of Internal Affairs to control the locusts. What? The locusts were really controlled? But at this time, a discordant voice interrupted Li Yuan. This humble subject, Go Baoming of the Imperial Astronomer, requests an audience with retired Emperor. Chapter 357. Li Yuan was originally very shocked. This locust plague seemed to be more ferocious than before. He was still worried about how Li Shimin was going to control the locust plague. But this morning, it was controlled. This couldn't help but make Li Yuan even more puzzled. But he was also slightly relieved. He knew best what his son was like. If he could govern the imperial city well, then this method would definitely be used by the whole world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Li Shimin. However, what the hell was this Go Baoming? Li Yuan glanced slightly at the person kneeling on the ground and said, You came to the wrong place. If there's anything, go to the Emperor. I don't care. Retired Emperor. I beg retired Emperor to make a decision. Now, confusion is guarding the heart. The Emperor's mind has been blinded by the demon. He actually wants to share a magical thing with the officials. In other words, the Emperor wants to do the business of the merchants. What? What magical thing? Li Yuan instantly became interested. He sat up and asked, Answering retired Emperor. It's called Retired Emperor. The bone-strengthening powder is here. Have a taste. And at this moment, a charming voice that could make people's bones soften instantly made Li Yuan put him down and excitedly held a woman in revealing clothes. Good. Beauty, come, let me taste what's different about the bone-strengthening powder you made. Retired Emperor, you must not eat it. This thing hasn't been appraised by the Imperial Academy of Medicine, and it hasn't been. Get lost. The Emperor and I have eaten the things sent by my son, and from last night until now, we have been eating it. It's all right. And presumably, you all have eaten this thing in the Imperial Court today, right? What do you mean? Why are you disturbing my mood here? Retired Emperor, seeing Li Yuan angry. Go Baoming hurriedly kowtowed, like pounding garlic. Retired Emperor, we don't know the raw material of this thing until now. And I heard that the Emperor said that the cost of this thing is only 1 copper coin. This humble official has never seen such an item. And now, the Emperor actually wants to reward this thing to the officials and let them get rich together. This is against. Get lost. Men, beat him up and throw him out. Li Yuan was angry. But in fact, his heart was slowly becoming heavy. Seeing this, Go Baoming quickly begged for mercy. Retired Emperor, His Majesty's move not only benefited the 5 clans and 7 nobles, but also benefited the Guanlong group. If Guanlong takes advantage of this opportunity to expand, then our Tang dynasty will be in danger. Li Yuan frowned slightly. Men, beat him to death. Yes. When the golden armored guard heard this, he pulled out the Mo sword from his waist and smashed the scabbard heavily on Go Baoming's body. In an instant, countless golden armored guards did the same and smashed down viciously. And Li Yuan looked at the things in the bowl at this time, and also lost his appetite. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Eunuch Rong, what do you think His Majesty is doing? After dismissing all the beauties, palace maids, eunuchs, and even the golden armored guards, Li Yuan asked an old eunuch beside him in a solemn voice. The old eunuch glanced at the dead body and said, "Retired Emperor, you watched His Majesty grow up. To say something rebellious, this servant also watched His Majesty grow up. With His Majesty's temperament, presumably, he will not do things that he is not sure of. But this servant can't see through it. I can't see through it either." Although Li Yuan said that he did not care about the court anymore, but he was basically paying attention to all the big and small things in the court. Especially last night, when Li Shimin offered this bone-strengthening powder, he had already told him the ingredients, which were locusts. Moreover, he tasted the fried salt and pepper locust with him. That delicious taste. Every time he thought of it, it made Li Yuan salivate. However, he could also imagine the value of such an item. He actually wanted to share such a miraculous item with these people. Not to mention others, this Go Baoming. Who were these people? If word of this got out, wouldn't he become the talk of the town? Li Yuan also could not figure it out. He could not see through what Li Shimin was doing. He did not even know what he was planning. Now that the envoys of Tubo and Tiyuhan had arrived, then all of this happened under the enemy's nose. Presumably, it would not be long before this matter would spread to those people's ears. This, not only did it not have a trace of benefit to the Tang dynasty, but it would also put the Tang dynasty in a difficult situation. What was he thinking? Li Yuan looked at the tempting fragrance in the bowl. At this time, he actually felt that it was not fragrant. Deeply sighing, Li Yuan still felt that he should go and see Li Shimin. Otherwise, he would not have confidence in his heart. Go, set the carriage, let's go see His Majesty. All right, where's His Majesty now? Reporting to retired Emperor, I heard that he is discussing with Prime Minister Wei and others in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial Garden. Good. Since they are all here, then today I might as well solve this matter all at once. Go. Set the carriage. Yes. Li Yuan made up his mind. Since they were all here, then he might as well make this matter clear in front of them. He believed that if it were not for these guys, His Majesty would definitely not play like this. Or was there really an expert behind Li Shimin? But who was he? Li Yuan could not help but think of the jars of wine that he had never seen before. Who are you? Chapter 358. In the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng were talking about how to deal with the plague of locusts. While they were talking, they picked up some oily grasshoppers from a big plate on the stone table, threw them into their mouths, and chewed them. Then they took a sip of wine. That kind of wonderful feeling was self-evident. My dear minister, do you mean that the plague in Tubo is more serious this time? Li Shimin took a sip of wine. His face was as red as a tomato. But after a long silence, he looked at Wei Zheng and asked. Wei Zheng thought for a while, put down the grasshopper that he was about to eat, and nodded. Here's the thing. The news from Liangzhou arrived at your mansion in the middle of the night. It said that all the good merchants in Liangzhou came back from Tubo as if they were fleeing. And I also heard that there was a problem at the Turkic border. All the Turkic people are gathering at the border. Judging from their ragged clothes, they don't seem to be having a good time. So, this means that Brother Zhongfeng's prediction is very accurate. The plague of locusts in the Tang dynasty is caused by Tubo and Tuyuhan. Li Shimin analyzed carefully. Yes. Fang Xianling nodded. He narrowed his eyes and said, that's indeed the case. I also checked the letters from various places. All the places where the plague of locusts broke out are near these places. The other places are basically fine. Then, tomorrow morning, the envoys from Tubo and Tuyuhan will have an audience with you. Your Majesty, I want to ask if this matter will be discussed in the court, or if I will go to the Honglu temple in private to hold a banquet and talk about it at the banquet. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and looked at Li Shimin. Well, Li Shimin stroked the beard on his chin. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's wait until after the court tomorrow. I think those officials will use the bone-strengthening powder today, so there will be a decision tomorrow." "Isn't it supposed to take 3 days?" Cheng Yaojin grabbed a handful of locusts and stuffed them into his mouth, then asked vaguely, "If that's the case, Your Majesty, why don't we make them suffer for another day? This way, it will be more beneficial to our interests. Moreover, when the time comes, those fellows in the imperial court will definitely finish the things you gave them in 3 days. When that time comes, they will crazily want more of these things." Wei Jing narrowed his eyes, and a scheming look flashed in his eyes. "Aphrodisiac is a fatal attraction for every old thing. Your Majesty, don't ask anything about it for 2 days. Don't talk about it. By the morning of the day after tomorrow, those ministers will definitely not be able to endure it. They will agree to whatever Your Majesty says in terms of benefits. When the time comes, once it is announced, there will be no delay in Your Majesty's plan. As long as someone dares to oppose or question it, there will be people who will go crazy against that person. How could these old fellows not know about the Emperor's plan?" This was a big reshuffle and also a chance to pick a side. In front of huge benefits, all the previous gaps would disappear. They were all old foxes, so who would dare to block the road to wealth? Moreover, it was the road to wealth for all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. However, the money they earned would eventually go into the emperor's pocket and then turn into pieces of paper and fly back into their pockets. It was not so much making money for them, but for the emperor. Damn it, who would oppose it? Who would dare to oppose it? Good. Li Shimin heard it and said loudly. Then he raised his wine cup and said, "In that case, let's make them suffer for 2 more days. Just like the man who trained the eagle, I will also make them suffer. Everyone, raise your cups, let's drink together." Now, all the plans, including the strategy that Zhang Feng told Li Shimin before and yesterday, were clear about the plague of locusts in Tubo and other countries. Then, they just had to wait for 3 days. After 3 days, what kind of era would the Tang dynasty enter? However, just as they raised their cups, Li Yuan and the old eunuch came in a hurry. They stopped all the people who wanted to report and stood not far from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Then, they looked at Li Shimin and the others. Li Yuan also heard the conversation just now. Although he did not hear what they were discussing in a low voice, the last sentence made Li Yuan unable to hold back his anger. If this went on, wouldn't the court become a place of good merchants? These traitorous traitors. Li Yuan was angry. The evil spirit all over his body was rising sharply. At this moment, Li Yuan no longer hid behind the tree and strode towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. At this moment, the old eunuch who followed him also shouted in a sharp voice, "The retired emperor has arrived." When the people who were drinking heard it, they could not help but be shocked. Why did the retired emperor come? But when they turned around, they saw the retired emperor angrily coming with his hands behind his back. The people's eyebrows could not help but jump, and they hurriedly bowed down. Li Shimin was the same. This son greets the retired emperor. Li Yuan did not speak. Instead, he walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake in anger. Sitting on the stone bench that Li Shimin just sat on, he coldly looked at the people and said indifferently, "Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Duru Hui, Cheng Yaojin, do you know your crimes?" Chapter 359. Guilty? What crime? The few of them were confused. Li Shimin was even more confused. But after thinking for a bit, he understood a lot of things. This must be someone who went to complain. Very good. Father. This son doesn't know why father is so angry. Is it? Zhen is living very well. Don't use those things to brush me off. Zhen asks you, this locust plague, how are you going to solve it? Also, I heard that you want to turn the imperial court into a place for merchants. Is that right? Don't quibble. Zhen heard your conversation just now. What are you talking about? If you go on like this, won't this imperial court be laughed at? My imperial court of the Tang dynasty has become a place for merchants. What is this? This is a great shame. It turned out that the retired emperor was angry because of this matter. Li Shimin calmed his mind slightly and motioned for the few of them to get up. Then he sat opposite Li Shimin and said, "Father, this matter is not what you think. Listen to me for the specifics." While talking, Li Shimin leaned close to Li Yuan's ear and started whispering. Following Li Shimin's whisper, Li Yuan's expression sometimes frowned and pondered. Sometimes it suddenly became clear. Sometimes it was unusually angry. After a while, Li Yuan finally figured out the cause and effect of the matter. He glanced at the few of them and waved his hand faintly. "You all withdraw first. Zhen has something to say to the emperor." This official obeys the decree. The few of them hurried away. But everyone could see from the emperor and the retired emperor's eyes that it was not appropriate for the retired emperor to pursue this matter. The few of them also relaxed and hurried to carry out the matter that they discussed with the emperor before. But at this time, only Li Yuan and Li Shimin were left in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Li Yuan looked at the locust on the stone table with interest and said, "You all are in a good mood. Can this kind of thing be eaten? Father, why don't you try it? Although this thing doesn't look good, the taste is still not bad. It's a good thing to go with wine. Is it the kind of wine that you gave Zhen?" Li Yuan smelled the lingering smell of alcohol in the air and asked. Li Shimin didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and had someone bring in another set of bowls, chopsticks, wine set, and locusts. He personally poured a cup for Li Yuan. Only then did Li Yuan leisurely use his hand to pick up a locust. First, he removed all of the locust's legs and tentacles. Then he pulled out its wings and stomach. But after looking at it, he picked up a few more locusts and retreated, throwing them into his mouth and slowly chewing. As he chewed, Li Shimin glanced at the locusts doubtfully, then picked up a complete one. Only after Li Shimin personally took a bite did he put it into his mouth. In an instant, the crispness after frying, as well as the freshness and chewiness, made Li Yuan fall in love with this thing. Anyway, he had already eaten the bone-strengthening powder made from locusts, let alone a whole locust. As for the locust egg, he had been consuming it all this time. Its effects were indeed quite good. While eating and drinking, Li Yuan raised his cup and clinked it with Li Shimin's. "Have you thought it through? Do you want to start a war with Guanlong now?" "Yes, this son has thought it through. Sometimes, raising the butcher's knife high up can't truly kill the enemy. Instead, it will cause one's losses to be even greater. Therefore, this son feels that Guanlong controls the trade route, right? Then this emperor will compete with him in the trade route and knock him down in the area he is best at. This way, not only will everyone know that this is our Li family's world, and it will also let everyone understand that in this world, there is only one person who has the final say. This son cooperates with those people in the imperial court. This is also a matter of last resort. It is the same as this. That cooperative is the prerequisite for this matter. Putting all the silver into our own pockets, they in turn are fighting for the world for our Lao Li family. This kind of matter, everyone will sharpen their heads to drill in. Who dares to retreat? Then, this emperor doesn't need to make a move. There will definitely be someone who will kill them." Li Shimin narrated his plan in detail to Li Yuan. He even narrated the matter of how to deal with the locusts and the bone-strengthening powder to Tubo and the others. Only then did Li Yuan let out a deep sigh. Although this has never happened before, in the current Tang dynasty, everything is recovering. This is indeed needed. Moreover, the plague of locusts has appeared at such a crucial time. If this disaster can really be turned into an opportunity, then this world will really be peaceful. Father is wise. Li Shimin flattered in a timely manner. However, Li Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Wise my ass. This is all your credit. This emperor will not ask about the matters of the imperial court. Today, Go Baoming went to find me, and I killed him. The imperial astronomer has to change to a more reliable person. Oh right, you have to pay attention to the imperial college. During this period of time, my palace eunuchs often meet those people. They seem to be in contact with this person with the surname Go. You have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Father. This son has noticed the imperial college. They're the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wongs. For the time being, this son is not prepared to have a conflict with them. Now that this matter of the bone-strengthening powder has appeared, this son wants to let Guan Long and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs have a dogfight. What do you think? Li Yuan savored it carefully and then said, Eunuch Roan, come, help this emperor back to the palace. While speaking, Li Yuan said faintly, this emperor will no longer ask about this matter. However, when will you get a chef for these locusts? This son obeys your majesty. Chapter 360. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, these 3 days were torture for the envoys of Tubo and Tuyuhan, as well as all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. Basically, the gates of Zhongsun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were all trampled on, not for anything else, but just to ask what exactly this bone-strengthening powder was. As for why no one went to Wei Zhang's residence, only someone with a screw loose would dare to go to Wei Zhang's residence and ask about the bone-strengthening powder. Were you courting death? Who was Wei Zhang? Once he knew that you were inquiring about something that even the emperor was unwilling to talk about, he would definitely send a memorial to the emperor and make you eat fried meat with a stick. These few days, Cheng Yaojin and the others no longer looked pale. Instead, their faces were glowing. They ate less meat, and their appetite had also decreased. Usually, a residence would need at least 10 caddies of noodles. But now, after everyone in the residence had eaten the bone-strengthening powder, they only needed 5 caddies of noodles. Even Cheng Yaojin, who was known as a big rice bucket, had reduced his appetite from a bowl the size of a wash basin to a bowl the size of a fist. He couldn't even finish a bowl. This shocked the guests. Everyone thought that Cheng Yaojin must have gotten more bone-strengthening powder than everyone else. Cheng Yaojin was also at his wit's end. He sent Cheng Chumo to see the emperor. After getting permission, Cheng Yaojin waved his hand. You want the bone-strengthening powder, right? Okay, 100 strings of coins per caddy. But even so, he couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the copper coins, silver, and gold ingots piled up in a room, he went crazy. He hurriedly entered the palace that night, but he didn't know until he entered the palace. Now that he entered the palace, he realized that things were serious. Other than Wei Zhang, all of their manors had encountered the same situation. Even if the entire family had been mobilized, even the locusts that had been secretly transported from the imperial city had not been enough. Those ministers were more black-hearted than the other. F*CK. There were many who asked for hundreds or even hundreds of thousands of dawn. Moreover, they would give you the money first. Regardless of whether you have it or not, they would give you the money first. Now, you have to give it to them even if you don't want to. Looking at the room full of money and the huge amount of orders, they didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they felt even more worried. How could this be good? Even though Cheng Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and the others have been secretly collecting locusts these past few days, it was of no use. Hundreds of officials, almost all of them were here. How could he deal with this? He looked at the people on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. A few of them looked at each other. From the time when they were showing off at the start to now, all of them looked exhausted. Old Cheng, you also encountered such a thing? Do you intend to? Plant my ass? This matter is too big. I have to personally report it to the higher-ups. These bastards usually complain that they are poor, but this time, the money that has been deposited into the treasury is probably not even a fraction of what they have. Then, Lord Zhang's son, what do you think we should do? The 3 of them couldn't help but look at Zhongsun Wuji, who had been silent all this time. Zhongsun Wuji couldn't do anything. He pouted at the depths of the imperial palace. Let's go. Only His Majesty can make a decision on this matter. The few of them didn't report their arrival in advance, but the emperor seemed to know that they were coming and gave the order in advance. Therefore, they entered the imperial palace without any hindrance. As soon as they entered the imperial study, they saw the emperor bending over the table and reading a few memorials. Greetings, Your Majesty. Get up. Li Shimin put down the things in his hands and asked, I've seen the list of people you've compiled in these 3 days. It's really beyond my expectations. What do you think if in the morning court tomorrow, this thing is made by locusts? How will they react? After Li Shimin finished asking, his expression was strange. I think it's better to prepare a basin for them in advance, and then give this delicious food to them first. If your majesty announces it at that time, I think it'll be even more perfect." Qing Yaojin's voice fell. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression, but this was enough, because this was the best way to make people remember it. Moreover, the benefits of this locust would be remembered by them. "Good." Li Shimin got up and slapped the memorials presented by the few of them. He said, "What do you think about this matter?" "Your Majesty, old Cheng is right. I also agree with General Cheng's opinion. Last time, each of them made a lot of money from the locust's eggs, and this time, they even asked us to inquire about your Majesty. It's time to make them suffer." Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ru Hui agreed with Cheng Yaojin without even thinking about it. There was nothing else. It was time to make this group of pedantic people suffer a little. Only by suffering this could they be more clear about the value and significance of this thing. Then, would the rumors in Chang, and in all the rumors in the Tang dynasty, still be a problem? When the time came, there would be no need for the emperor to say anything. Naturally, someone would handle this matter perfectly. Then, in that case, I'll allow it. We'll wait for tomorrow's morning court. We congratulate your Majesty. Chapter 361. Dong, dong, dong. The morning bell at 5 o'clock sounded melodiously. But this time, when the morning bell sounded for the first time, all the officials waiting on the Vermilion Bird Bridge rushed out as if they couldn't wait any longer. They no longer yearned for the usual, neither dead nor alive. Even Wei Zheng and the others, who had been walking in front of the crowd, fell behind the crowd. This scene involuntarily left Wei Zheng dumbstruck. "Lord Fang, what is the meaning of this?" Wei Zheng looked doubtfully at Fang Xianling, who squinted his eyes and smiled while stroking his beard. Fang Xianling looked very energetic at this time. Even the booklets on his face were gone. His face was as rosy as a baby. "Ha ha ha! Prime Minister Wei, allow me to keep you guessing. You will know later. By the way, Prime Minister Wei, remember to stand far away later. Ha ha ha!" Several people who knew the inside story laughed and patted Wei Zheng's shoulder one after another. Then, they walked forward slowly at a leisurely pace. Wei Zheng was even more confused. But who was he? In a flash, he figured out what was going on. He shook his head with a slight smile and no longer paid attention to the people who were scrambling to be left behind. He walked forward slowly. In the political announcement hall, the noise at this time could not be suppressed. It was like a vegetable market. All the officials and their close friends were in a circle, counting with their fingers. There were even faint quarrels and hearty laughter. But Wei Zheng was too lazy to care about all this. Zhang Sun Wuji, who was in charge of the criminal law, just smiled and looked at the people who were quarreling more and more. If it was in the past, they would have been dragged out and beaten with a board. But this time, they didn't care. Even His Majesty was late today. It wasn't until the noise turned into loud roars that little Gizi, with a dark face, took a copper gong and fiercely struck it in front of the dragon throne. Bang, bang, bang. Silence. Little Gizi didn't know how many times he shouted at the top of his voice before the crowd slowly quieted down. This is the political announcement hall. What crime do you all deserve for quarreling like this? Little Gizi also exploded. After fiercely scolding the crowd, he then said fiercely, "The emperor is angry. After the court, each of you shall go to the Ministry of Justice to receive your 10 feet. If anyone doesn't go, Zhang Sun Wuji, you have full authority to directly go to this person's residence and serve him." "As you command," Zhang Sun Wuji replied with a smile. At this moment, everyone looked at little Gizi with pale faces. Boom! Little Gizi threw the copper gong away and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? His Majesty is here, kneel and welcome him." This time, he didn't greet him respectfully. Instead, he knelt. Obviously, everyone's heart couldn't help but jump. Was the emperor really angry? Only then did everyone kneel down in fear and shout, "Your subjects respectfully welcome your Majesty for 10,000 years. Only then did Li Shimin slowly walk out of the back hall with his hands clasped behind his back. However, as soon as he came out, Li Shimin acted as if he didn't know. He looked at the crowd in surprise and said, "Dear subjects, What are you doing? Quickly get up. Thank you, your majesty. Little Geezy, cancel the flogging. You too. Why did you make such a big fuss over such a small matter? Li Shimin stepped on the stairway to heaven and sat on the dragon throne. He said again, by the way, why were you all so noisy just now? Tell me, and let me be happy. Prime Minister Wei, tell me. Your Majesty. Wei Zheng stepped forward and held the white jade medallion. He said, just now the officials were discussing the bone-strengthening powder business. What? Li Shimin frowned slightly. This is the political announcement hall. Why are they discussing this matter in the morning court? What is the meaning of this? And with all the officials together? What kind of scandal is this? If people know about this, won't they sneer at the Tang dynasty and laugh at me for not being able to govern the country? Minister of Rights. Li Shimin looked slightly displeased and waved his hand. In an instant, an old official stepped forward, trembling with fear. Yes, your majesty. Wait, cooperate with Lord Zhang's son and record the list of those who participated in the commotion just now. Everyone go back and copy the official system. I want to look at them one by one. The flogging will be waived. Hearing this, everyone breathed a deep sigh of relief. Some even quietly wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. They knelt down again and said, Thank you, your majesty. Okay. Li Shimin's mood, was called elated. This was the style of a ruler of a country. In fact, he had arrived earlier, but he didn't come out. He was waiting. Just now, he bet that Wei Zheng and the others wouldn't stop him. Then he asked little Geezy to put on a show. That was how he severely suppressed these arrogant guys. He claimed to be the successor of Confucius and Mencius. He cared about it all day long. But what was he doing now? At this time, the civil officials also felt guilty. No one dared to ask about the bone-strengthening powder. No one even mentioned the bad news caused by the locust plague. After dealing with some things as usual, the court meeting was basically over. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, I see that you all look very ruddy. Good. This is the appearance that a subject of my great Tang should have. Just like before, each and every one of you had an emaciated complexion. Those who didn't know would have thought that we treated you unfairly. Tell me, why is that? Why do you all look so ruddy? Did you get some treasure? The officials heard this. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Isn't this the bone-strengthening powder given by your majesty? But now, everyone was smart and didn't dare to speak out. But this silence didn't last long. It was unknown which unlucky bastard was kicked in the butt, causing him to lie on the ground. The white jade tablet in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Li Shimin looked at it and was happy. Surveillance of the Imperial College. Master Chui, tell me about it.